Master spreadsheets by building 33 different projects. Eamon teaches this course. He is a software engineer and also runs a chain of coffee shops.
What's up, Free Code Camp? My name is Eamon, and here are 33 spreadsheet projects you can do right now in Microsoft Excel and Google Sheets. Some you need one program or the other. I will highlight those as we go through it. A lot of them you can use either one. I hope this is helpful for you. The timestamps are also down there so you can skip around to the stuff that looks most interesting to you. What can I say? You're welcome. Stop starting budgets this year. I did that for many years, and finally, about 10 years ago, I started using this spreadsheet religiously every year. I've iterated on it every year since, made it a little bit better. So in our setup sheet, we just need a few pieces of information. I've got a sample filled out here with a starting balance of $5,000, whatever's in the bank today, and then an income account column. So where am I getting money from? Expense accounts, where is it going? And payment methods, how are we going to get it there? Once we have that, and I've used name ranges, as you can see up here in the top left for all these, I've got an income, expense, and payment named ranges, as well as the accounts named range for both income and expense. And I'll show you why we did that right over here. This is the transaction sheet. This is the meat and potatoes. This is all you really need to start tracking your finances. Now, my wife and I do this jointly. We are shared on the same sheet every year. We can both use the mobile app, which is pretty great for this purpose. It's why I chose Google Sheets and not Excel for this finance tracker, because it just makes it easy to share and easy to do on the go mobily. So I'm not going to come back here on my computer with receipts and stuff. I'm not that old school. I'm going to be out at the store and pop in whatever I just spent on the mobile app. So it is super easy to do that here, and let me walk you through the columns. The first few are self-explanatory, so we got date, and you can double-click if you're on a desktop, but it's date validation, so it needs to be a valid date over here. The transaction, just where you bought stuff from, the amount, obviously, how much you spent, and then the category. What category is this? So let me put this back to a expense category, and the category pulls from the list of expense and income categories over here on our setup sheet. So that's why we named it accounts, so that we could pretty easily just grab some data validation. And I'll show you right here, it's a drop down from a range from that accounts range that we made. So it pulls in all those categories, and it'll update automatically if you take out or add to either of those columns. Same thing over here with the payment method. Anything you've got on payment methods on the setup sheet will populate in here. And then the balance will pull from the starting balance on this first line, and then every subsequent line we will check to see whether or not the category is income or expense, and then either add or subtract to the running balance after we do that. So if I change this to other income, then you can see this balance goes up by $125 rather than down. Let's go back to grocery, and it goes back down, okay? The type is used for classification in some of our analysis. This is just doing the same exact thing. If this is income, like a paycheck, this will say income, and if it's not, it'll say expense. Same thing on the month. We're using this for classification, and this is just taking the date over here and returning the text in the format of the abbreviated month. Now over here in columns I and J, we've got reconcile and clear, and we've got these check boxes, which do some conditional formatting depending on what's going on here. Also, you'll see there's a number adding up here. What is this all about? I operate under the assumption that I'm going to pay off my credit card on time every month, every other week, whatever. I go in and I pay this so I don't have to pay interest. And in doing so, what I'll do is I'll log into Amazon. I've got a Chase Amazon card, and let's just say the balance on the account is $104.61. And so I plug that in up here in H1. And then what I need to do is I need to find the Amazon transactions, which add up to 104.61. So I'll go through here and I'll check this, and this will just count down and it'll show me, hey, I've got 8416 left, and hey, what do you know, 8416. Once I've selected all of the transactions here, which account for the current balance, this will turn green, indicating that has happened. I will then go in and click Pay the card, and if I cannot find a matching number of transactions, well, I've not put something in here. That's the whole point of this, is I'm putting every transaction into this sheet. So if I've forgotten, if I've left something out, I can then go in and add that transaction in here. Once we've paid the credit card, then we can click the Clear checkboxes. And once we've clicked both Reconcile and Clear, everything is back to squared up. You'll see that these transaction lines are entirely grayed out. Let me show you one more thing that is unique to my bank, but perhaps you have an account that does this as well. You'll notice that I have these ATM payment methods. This is my bank card, and at my bank, if I use the card for 15 transactions a month, I get a little bonus interest at the end of the month. What the bank does, for every transaction I use my ATM card for, it rounds up to the nearest dollar and deposits that round up amount into my savings account. It's a weird thing, but that's basically why I have these two counters up here. This first one counts the payment methods if it's equal to ATM, so it makes sure that I have within the current month, so I'm checking if it's the current month, makes sure that I have had 15 ATM transactions. This second column makes sure that there are 15 round up transactions. So I will go through, and as I reconcile my credit card, I'll also reconcile my bank account to make sure that I'm seeing transactions like this 74-cent round up amount. And I'll just show you what happens when I've got 15 of each of these. Let's just drag this down, a few more. Boom, it'll turn green. So I've got 15 round up transactions. I've only got one ATM though, so something's wrong. So I'll know that I've missed some transactions from my ATM card. But let me show you what happens if I just go plug some more of these in. Oh, that's interesting. Oh. And the reason, of course, it's not counting them is because I've got this January 2nd, 2024 date. So it is checking to see if it's the current month. So now we'll put in current month, drag that down. Now I've got 8, drag all these down, 14, 15. So once I have both of those, I know I'm golden and I don't have to worry about finding a couple more ATM transactions for the month. Again, that's just something that's unique to my bank account, but if you need something like this, then you can keep those, and if not, you can just delete those. Let's talk about this Analyze tab. We have a few pieces of information front and center. We've got a running balance. This is the last line in the F column over here on our transaction sheet, which, as you recall, simply keeps a running balance of our bank account. So we've got that piece of info right here front and center. I've got $4,316.21 in the bank account. Beneath this, we've got a chart which charts our income and expenses for the entire year. So it's a simple pie chart. Here's how much I've expensed and here's how much I've earned. So right here, I am actually earning less than I have spent. This is bad. We want this income to be bigger. And in fact, I've got the colors inverted. Usually we would have the income as green and the expenses as red, whatever. Over here, we have a pivot table, and this is bringing in all of the transactions, the category totals for each transaction amount, and we're doing it by month. So we can see that grand total in the month of January, we have $2,200. And in the month of February, as you can see, we do have an issue here, which we'll have to use some filtering. We've got the income columns as well highlighted here. So we don't want the income categories, we just want the expense categories. So what I have up here is a slicer that I've inserted, and I'm going to take the blanks out and the income out. And now we are left with just the expense categories. And you'll see up here we've got 74 cents without an expense category. So we can go find that if we want to and properly categorize it. Down here we have some bar charts, some amounts by month totals. So we've got January, February, March, December. And same thing, these charts will be affected if I just did income here. Then you'll see we have just the income showing. So 1,500 February, 250 in December, and we can filter out expenses. Same thing over here, we've got by category, so we can actually see paychecks versus other income. Let me take the income out, put the expenses back in, and you can see expenses by category and by month, the total grand total amount. Let's learn about creating all-day events. The first thing that we'll do is set up our calendar. I've got a custom calendar that I made here. Just click this little button right here, plus, and then create new calendar to create a new calendar. Once you've selected your calendar, settings and sharing, and then go down here to calendar ID and copy this big nasty string. If you're using the built-in default calendar, this could be your email address. Use that in that case. I'm pasting mine over here in this little section for calendar ID in B5, and I've also named that range calendar ID. The other things we'll do is name the range event list, which is going to be all the event items down here in the table. And then, as you can see, I've just added some items. Now, column J is where I'm going to have our app script check it off if it's been added to the calendar, so it won't re-add it and duplicate the event. So I'm going to leave just the first one unchecked because that's all we're going to look at first and foremost. Let's open up apps script. And I've created several functions that basically do all the same things. They're just iterations on this same theme. The first one is for the default options. So the thing you have to have is a title and a start date. You don't have to have an end date. You don't have to have these description, location, invites, all this optional stuff. And you don't have to have a recurrence option. So this is just bare essentials. I want an all-day event. First thing we'll do is we'll get the sheet, we'll get the active sheet, then we'll set this ID variable by using that same calendar ID named range and getting the value of it. So that's going to store our calendar ID. We could paste it in here, but I just like to hold it in a clean variable instead. And then we're going to get all the events. So we're using that other named range of event list. We're getting the values. And then this last part, I'm just doing some fancy filtering so that if I have a huge list, it's going to filter out all the values that are empty. And it's also not going to look at this column. So there's always going to be some value in the existing checkbox column. So I'm just not looking at that by using this slice. Okay, then the meat and potatoes is a for each loop right here. And we're basically just looping through each item in our list. So each item, each row is an event. And for each column of each row, the title is going to be the first part, the start date, the second part, the end date, the third part, so forth and so on, all the way to this existing column. So we're looping through those, and we are referencing them using this bracketed notation. So this E represents the row that I'm currently looping through. So the first E is the first event, which is this right here. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to check E8, which is column J, and see whether it's true or false. And if it's false, which is what I'm indicating with this exclamation mark, then I'm going to create an event for that event. Or I'm going to put it in the calendar rather. If it's true, it's not going to do anything. So that's why this conditional if statement is there. And the first thing inside here is that we're going to use this create all day event method, which is in the calendar app class, which I'll have links for all this in the description below, but here's the documentation for it. And it walks through the same iterations that we're going to use here. So we're going to create all day event, and the only two things we need are this E0 and E1. So E0 is column B, the first item in this first row of events. So E0 is the title, E1 is the start date. We're going to use both of those as arguments in this method. And then the next two lines right here allow me to set those checkboxes in column J to true. You remember this is 0 indexed, so I'm creating a new index, which is index plus 8. So in the case of this first line, the index is 0, but I need J8 to be set to true. So I'm going to create J8, or I'm going to create 8 right here, and then I'm going to get the range of J plus new index, which is 8, and set the value to true. Kind of complicated, but it's a nice touch to have on here. Okay, let's see it in action. And I'm going to just run this right here. And we see that toggled to true. This is on the 22nd, and there it is in our calendar, sample 1. Okay, sample 2 is the same thing. This is now using 2 dates. So the only difference here is right down here in our calendar app, create all day event, we're using E0, 1, and 2 because we now have a title, a start date, and an end date. And this should create from January 27th through the 30th. So let's change our function to 2 dates, and let's run that. And we should see over here in our calendar, there it is, sample 2 just popped up. And interestingly, it goes through the 29th. So if you want the end date to actually go through the 30th, then this would need to be the 31st. And it's checked that box again. Okay, let us do with options. So right here on our third row, we have a sample 3 with a range of dates, a description, a location, guests, and send invites true. So if you have guests and send invites false, it's not going to send the invites, and if it's true, then it will. Let us go back in here, show you the differences that we've made. We're going to use the first 3 rows, and then the way we use the options, the optional options, are inside of a curly bracket or a curly brace. This is an object. So we've got key value pairs, we've got description, location, guests, and send invites. Now I tried to do this all in one cell over here and just write the curly braces, basically write the object inside the cell, but it was not having it. It wanted it, it wouldn't import it correctly here for some reason. So I've got it written in here, and then we're using E3, 4, 5, and 6 to get those strings from over here. And let's see it in action. We're going to run not 2 dates, but with options, boom. And we'll watch that change. And then over here, boom, sample 3. And if we go in here, we can see we've got our fancy description. We've got New York as our location and awaiting this other email address. We have emailed that email address. Pretty cool. So the last thing I want to go over is not something that I'm going to have a working version of in our code, but I do want you to be aware of another method that's very similar. If you use the create all day event series instead of just create all day event, if you use this method, it gives you access to this recurrence parameter. And you can see it at work right here. And it's going to be in the app script that I've included, but some of it's hard-coded, so it's not going to work well for what we wanted it to do, in that it's going to pull, we wanted it to pull everything from the sheet values. This value right here, I had to hard-code the weekday that it does recur on. So anyway, all that to say, this is one more method at your disposal, but it's got a plethora of rules and parameters available. Here is class recurrence rule, and you can see all the different things from daily, weekly, monthly. There's probably yearly down here. Yeah, only on year day and year days. All sorts of options if you want to get into the weeds there, if you need something real specific for your events. Anyway, it is in here under function recurrence if you want to take a look at my simple example. And as you can see on the right-hand side, I got it to I got it to recur only on Mondays when I tried to have it pull the day of the week as a variable in our app script. But when I used it down here like this, it didn't keep the Thursday value. So it plugged it in twice. I tried it 2 times just as a Monday recurring event for some reason. Don't know why it did that, but it did. Then I got it to work on Thursday when I just came down here and hard coded it. That's why it's not really a working version, but it is here for your information. Hope this has been helpful for you. If you don't mind, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. I make tech tutorials like this on the regular. Here are some common ways that you'll auto-number things in Excel. The first one is not automatic at all. It's just the old school type and manually enter your data. If you've got some data, though, what you can do over here is highlight all of these numbers 1 through 5. In the bottom right corner, click and then drag down, and it is going to count up for you all the way down to number 15 or wherever you want to drag that to. In the same way, if you have these numbers, you can double click right there, and it's smart enough to see that, hey, you've gone down to 15 over here, so we're going to assume you're creating the same type of list in this column. And let me just illustrate how you could do this with a date instead. So let's say you have the date 1/1/24. Let's just drag that down. It knows I'm wanting to go 1 day at a time. And if I double click that, it's also going to go all the way down. Now we could do a formula. We could say, hey, we've got this and I just want to add 1 to it. Okay, well, it's smart enough to see that, well, we can just do that. Then I can highlight this cell D4, shift and click here so that this whole rest of the section is highlighted, and click Control D. Control D is the shortcut to fill down the formula. So if you see in the formula bar, I've got the previous row +1 on all of these cells. And then finally, we can just use one formula to do this whole thing for us. So the sequence formula is going to say, hey, how many rows do you want? And I actually want 15 rows, and then I want 1 column, and the starting amount, I want a date that is 2024, first month, first day, and then I want to step it up by 1. And so that's going to do, in essence, the same thing that just happened before, only what's going on here, we've got some weird formatting because we're still in general format. So let's pop it into date format, and voila. And you know, there's actually another way to do this by using the row function. So check this out. If we do this, it returns the row number of a reference. So if we do row with nothing in it, it's going to say what row we're currently in. So this is row 3, so it's returning 3. But if I want to actually go in here and say A1, then it will start with 1 and then go down. And then I can do my little double click trick right here, and it will number it down like so. A little bonus for you. I don't use this as much, but it can be handy in some circumstances. I hope that's helpful for you. Please click like on this video and subscribe to the channel for more tech and programming tips. This is the better way to do a dynamic search bar in Google Sheets. We're going to type in a search term here, and then it will search the category that we specify up here. Okay, and it also doesn't care if we have upper or lowercase letters, so it's going to just search whatever. It's case insensitive. This is something that's improved upon from the last time I did a video using filtering and querying to do this same thing, but we did run into case sensitivity issues, and the formula got a little bit more complicated than I wanted it to. Now, let's look at the data that we're using. I've got a mock transaction sheet here with 200 or so rows of data from like a home budget sheet. This is taken from what I actually use, and I've just created a bunch of dummy data and amounts here. We've got place, amount, category, payment, and then over here I have created named ranges. So we've got the category column, of course, right there in column D, the place column in column B, and then the whole thing I've got wrapped inside this named range called transactions. This is not necessary. It simply makes things easier when we're building out our formula. Now, If this is all you came here for, I will paste this in the description below, and you can just take this formula and use it to your heart's content. This is what it looks like, and let us duplicate this page and create this from scratch. So there's our formula. Let's get rid of this, and let's talk about what search does. So I'm going to type in a couple random things over here. Let's do the search formula. Search finds the first position of string found in text, ignoring case. So if I'm looking for a K inside of this cell, it's going to say, hey, that's the first letter in this word. That's basically what search is doing. And actually, let's not hard code this. Let's do this in C3, which is over here on our actual search term. And we'll put the K in right here. We'll do it uppercase, lowercase, doesn't matter. OG starts at the third space in this word. But here's where it breaks down. What if we wanted to search both H2 and H3? Well, it doesn't like that. It's talking about array formulas in here. It's expecting to just have one cell to search one search term. However, if we combine this with filter, so if I want to filter this range right here, which is a 2x2 range, 2 columns, 2 rows, and the condition I want to use is search, well, I can use that C3 search term, and then I can search the same sized column here, so H2 to H3, and we'll see that it does return Kroger, the Kroger line. If I type in CV or just C, then it will return the CVS line. So it will search a range if we are filtering it, so it knows that the condition to filter is going to take place over some other range of the same size. That's basically what we're doing here. That's this filter part. So let us type that in here and show you this at work. We're going to filter transactions, not transpose, transactions. And we're going to search C3. And what we're going to search is this category or place column. Now we cannot reference just straight up like this, the cell C2. Let me show you what is going to happen when we do that. It's going to say that doesn't work because it doesn't know to look in a named range this way. So what we use instead is the indirect function, which is going to give us a cell reference specified by a string. All right, so then we can include C2, and voila. Now it is searching that named range found in this C2 in our formula. And that's how we do the dynamic search bar. Everything else here is just to make stuff a little bit nicer and cleaner. So for instance, we want to sort that whole thing. So I'll wrap it all in a sort, and then sort column. I want to use the third column. So that is the amount. And then I want to have this descending. So it will start with the largest amount and sort down to the smallest amount way down here. All right, so sort is just to make things sorted a little bit nicer. And if we wanted to sort it by the second column, the place, then the places would be in alphabetical order instead. I'm going to resort back to the amounts. And then one more thing that we're going to do, I'm going to cut all of that, and then I'm going to do this if statement. So this is checking if I have a search term up here. Let me show you what happens right now. If I don't have a search term, then it's just going to return all this stuff, and that doesn't do anybody any good. I don't want that to happen. So we're going to say if is blank. So whether this cell, C3, is blank, if that is the case, then I just want to return an empty string. And then if that's not the case, I want to do my sorting, filtering, and searching. And boom. Now when it's blank, I've got nothing. And when I start typing stuff in here, then it will return the results. Hope it's helpful for you. Please like this video, subscribe to the channel. Short video here today on user-defined functions, the bare essentials. If you have no idea what's going on here, this is for you. As you know, I'm a Google Sheets junkie by nature, And you can create named functions in Sheets, whereby you can plug in some built-in functions, combine them together into a user-defined function. They call them named functions over there. And so I went into Excel to see if you could do the same thing. And of course you can. And of course it's crazy complicated, but let's talk through it together, shall we? Okay, what we have here. This is a very simple little workbook where I've got a cell. Let me talk about this first, where I've just got a list of comma-separated items. I combined functions together, text join, sort, transpose, text split. Talked about this in another little video, to sort these into alphabetical order. Okay, so there it is. Batman Begins first, where it belongs. But what if we just had a user-defined function, as I've created here, that sorts the objects in the cell just like it's supposed to in one fell swoop. So we don't have to have all this garbage and risk messing something up. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. Now the first thing you have to do is you have to open up by pressing Alt F11, Microsoft Visual Basic for Applications. This opens up this crazy window here where you can do more crazy stuff in Excel. And what we need is this right here. This is the function that I have made, and I'm going to walk through it from scratch with you in just a sec. Don't worry. You won't see a module right here on the left side like I have, but if you go to Insert, Module, here we go. Here's a new module. And what we do in a module is we just write a function, and we spell it correctly. So let's say function sort again, and we're going to have one variable, one argument that we take in here, and it's going to be the cell contents. So we'll call that cell. Now to use the built-in functions that are already in Excel, I mean, you can program some really crazy complicated stuff. We're not doing that today. We're just using built-in functions. I'm going to say sort again is equal to, this is what gave me a little bit of trouble. You have to go worksheet function dot, and then boom, here's all our functions. And the first thing we need is text join. And we're going to join together with a comma and a space. This is going to be the end result of our list, but we're kind of doing things in reverse so that it all works together. And we're going to say true, and we're going to say worksheet function dot sort. So there's the second built-in function we're using. Then we're going to say worksheet function dot transpose. There's the third one we're going to be using. Now here's where it got a little bit tricky. Sometimes you're not going to be able to find worksheet function for what you need, like text split. Where are you, text split? You're not here. Now, if you know why that is, please tell me in the comments, because lowly Google Sheets nerd myself, I have no idea why it's not there. And you know what? I'd like to know. Why is worksheet function text split not working? I'll tell you what does work though. Check this out. So instead of worksheet function, we have to say VBA split. And then we've got the cell, which is our original argument. So that's going to take the contents of that cell. We're going to say split it by the commas, and then boom, 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 boom. We're going to close all that out. I'm going to hit Control S to save it. And then back here in our sheet, we should be able now to sort again. There's our new function, A2. Check it out. Hey, so that's it. And I hope that's helpful for you. Again, if you know why the worksheet function was different from the VBA in, let me show you again where it was. Over here in the functions that we're writing, why we had to write VBA.split and why it's not worksheet function.textSplit like it's supposed to be. I'd love to know. Please let me know in the comments. Hope this was helpful. Hope you have a great one. Please like and subscribe, all that good stuff. I use AppScript a lot with Google Sheets, but you can use it with other Google products. And today we're going to look at Google Forms. So specifically, I'm going to create a calendar event using a Google form to trigger that onto my Google Calendar. Fabio sent in this question, and I really appreciate that. Thank you for it. It made me dig into some of this that I'd never looked at before. And also thanks to the Idealistically Caspin post from 2021 that just gave me some very basic things about how to use AppScript with forms. I've never done any form stuff before now. To start, let's do this. We have a calendar to-calendar form here, and I'm going to get just the bare essentials. So I want email address, event title, start date, start time, end date, end time, and invites. So down here, this is where you'll enter an email address if you want to invite someone to this event. Now, the reason we have start date and time separated is because I did want to validate that this is a date and that this is a time. And to my knowledge, you cannot in the form itself have a date time object, although that would be nice, Google. But be that as it may, we're going to grab them separately and then combine them in our apps script. To get to apps script from Google Forms, you open the script editor from this menu. And if you've done anything in Google Sheets or otherwise, you'll recognize this apps script project menu. And we could actually title this to calendar. And here's where we write our code. Now, this is the working code right here, and I'll have links to these in the description below. So click like on your way down to the description and subscribe to the channel. But you can check out all this on your own if you want to make a copy of this project. What we want to do is have this function run every time a new form submission is submitted. So we need it to trigger. If you go over here in this menu, go away from the editor and down to this is triggers. And as you can see, I've added a trigger on form submit that's going to run the function to calendar. Pretty basic. So in order to do that, we click the add trigger button. If you have more than one function in your apps script file, you select the function that you want to run. I've only written the one, this to calendar function. Incidentally, you do have to write the function before you come in here and set up the trigger. You choose which deployment should run, so I only have head here as an option. Select event source, and the event is going to come from a form. And then I want this to run on form submit. So you could have it run on open, but I want it to run on form submit. And I won't save it again because I've already done so. Okay, so here's our working trigger. We go back into the code and we can walk through what this code is doing. So the function is to calendar. It's going to run whenever we submit a form response. And the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to say, hey, the form is formapp.getActiveForm. That's going to grab our active form. Then we're going to, in a variable, hold the responses by going form.getResponses. And this pop method, that's going to allow us to grab just the most recent response. Let's see if I can get the tool. Yeah, there you go, that little toolbar to pop up for you. So this just removes the last element from an array and returns it. If the array is empty, undefined is returned, yada, yada. So our responses are held in an array, and this is going to pop out the last response because we don't want to keep making duplicate events. We just want the most recent one. Then we're going to use the method getItemResponses, and that will hold the responses in the variable responses. Okay. We're going to add a few more variables here, and let me just properly indent stuff so it's back to orderly. Let title equals responses 0.getResponse. Remember, these responses are held in an array. So if you go back to our form, the array starts with the event title at 0. Then start date is 1, start time is 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's going to be those 6 objects, 0 through 5 index for our responses. So we're going to grab the title by selecting the 0th place and saying get response. And the same thing for start time and end time. Only here's the tricky thing we're doing with the times, because these are strings in our response, and we need to create date items out of them. So even though it's a valid date in our form submission, when someone enters in a date, it's actually held as a string that I'm bringing in here from the responses item in that array. So we're going to convert it back into a date by saying new date. We're going to take response 1 and then get response plus a space plus response 2 get response. All right, so let me just comment out. Whoa, not that. Let me comment out this and show you what is happening here. So let's say logger.log start time. And I'm going to run this, and you're going to see that the last test submission I did has this right here for the start time. I've created a date out of these items, so it's combining this right here with the time and creating a date object. So if I didn't have this space here and we run it this way, it's not going to like that very much. So it's actually not giving me the correct time because it's all fouled up, because in order to concatenate these two items, the string of a date and the string of a time, it wants a space in between them. Okay, so we just give it that space by doing it like that. And again, we're back to a proper date object for that start time. We do the same thing for the end time. And then for our guests, this is our last response. We get the fifth object, or the sixth object at index 5, rather, of whatever email addresses we entered. And then let me uncomment this stuff. Here's where we use our calendar app script to get our default calendar, create an event, and we're going to use the title, start time, end time. And then these are optional parameters. Guests are equal to guests, that variable we made, and send invites true. So it's going to email our guest list. Okay, are you with me so far? Let's do a test in just a second, but first we're forgetting one thing. So we're using the default calendar in our app script. See right here? And that's fine, but if we wanted to do this on a different calendar, and I actually do, then we need to come over here and let's grab in the settings for one of our specific calendars, in this case one I've made so I can test stuff like this. Let's grab this calendar ID, and then instead of get default calendar, we're going to go get calendar by ID. Inside double quotes, we're going to enter that, and don't forget to save the project, which I actually forgot to do in one of my test runs here, and it didn't work because it wasn't saved. So we've got that calendar ID now, and we're going to go back over here. We're going to preview this form. Let's fill in some info. And our response has been recorded. So if all goes as planned, that should be now in our calendar. And let's see if it is. Hey, there it is. How about that? And we also correctly added this guest with our other email account, and we're awaiting, there it is, that fnashow@gmail. And here's that email address. Here's the event that I just created. Hey, let's just go ahead and attend it. Now, I found this to be super cool. I hope it's been helpful for you. Yeah, that's right. We embedded a YouTube video 2 ways in a Google Sheet. And they actually do work and play. It's not like a thumbnail that will link to the URL address. This is an actual embed. We're using a sidebar embed or a modal or a dialogue embed is what they call it in Google Sheets. And we've got this handy little drop-down menu that pops them open out of the gate just like that. Pretty sweet, right? All right, let me show you how to do it. We're going to open up a new project and create this from scratch. It's very simple. We create an HTML file. We actually create another HTML file, as you'll see, because of the dimensions that have to be changed according to which of these that we use. And then we create a small little script, and it runs, and it works, and it's cool. Check it out. Hey, subscribe to the channel while you're at it too, and like this video. Appreciate it. I will share this in the description below so that you can make a copy for yourself and check it out if you'd like. I am going to open up apps script, and from here we've got a blank slate. So in our app script here, we're going to create an onOpen function. And the reason we're doing this is because we want to be able to actually, as soon as we open the spreadsheet, create a menu. And so we're going to do create menu. For that drop-down menu, we'll call it YouTube sidebar, like we did in the example. We're going to add an item, and this will add open sidebar. And then this second argument, this is the function that's going to run when we click that. And then I'm going to add another item in the same way, and we'll call this open dialog. And we're going to run a function that we'll write called dialog. And now to add it to the UI, we'll select this, and that will add it to the UI. And if I save this and go back out here, so here's our menu, and it doesn't do anything because we haven't written those functions. So let's go down here and write them. The first one is going to be sidebar, doesn't take any arguments. And what we're going to do is say let HTML output, if I could spell correctly, equal HTML service, create HTML output from file, and we're going to call this file sidebar, and that's another thing that we have not yet made, but we will in just a second. That's going to be our HTML file. And then I'm going to say spreadsheet app.getUI, show sidebar, and this takes that HTML output and throws it into the sidebar. And that's really all there is to it. So in the same way, we're going to create another function called dialog. And the only difference between these is down here, instead of show sidebar, we can select show modal dialog or modeless dialog. I'm going to select modeless. Do you know what the show modeless dialog does, by the way? This allows us to click behind the pop-up and actually still do things in the spreadsheet instead of it being frozen in place. So for the purpose of where we're putting these embeds, that makes more sense to me because I want to be able to click around as the YouTube video is up and even as it's playing and do things in the spreadsheet. I'm envisioning maybe a tutorial running in either the sidebar or the modal about the spreadsheet itself. Okay, next up, we need to add 2 HTML files. So we're going to go add HTML. The first one, we're going to call it sidebar. And in this, I'm just going to copy and paste and tell you what we're doing here. It's a simple HTML document. We've got some metadata here and the language, just the standard boilerplate, and the head. And then we have a body and a div, an H1 that says sidebar embed, and then a little text. And then right here is the iframe element. Where do you get that? Well, you find a video and you say, hey, share, embed, copy. And this will copy the code to embed this video. You can actually change some of the settings over here, but we're going to leave it as it is for this example. And that's what we have pasted in here. Now, you may have seen the frame width and height change. Let me show you why I have edited that and will edit it again. Let's run this sidebar. We're going to click through these authorizations, advanced, go to untitled project, allow. Yes, we know what we're doing. Let's open that sidebar now and boom. Okay, this is great, except, yeah. So the sidebar in Google Sheets is a fixed 300 pixel width. So back over here, we're going to go 300, and then just to keep the aspect ratio, plug in 168. That way, instead of it spilling over there, it just fits right in the sidebar window. Okay, so that's that one out of the way. Now for the modal, it is the exact same as you may have guessed. We're going to add an HTML element. I'm going to copy and paste this in, and the only difference here is this 495 and 278 for the width and the height. Now if we open the dialog, what did we do? Okay, here we did not say dialog there. That was the other difference in this function. So now if we go back, dialog, and of course I have misnamed things, or I've named things stupidly. The name of the HTML file is modal.html, so it needs to be modal in that function. Let's try it one more time. Curiously, we actually do have to have a title over here in the show modeless dialog. Now, for the 4th time as a charm, we'll run that, and then we have the title right up here. We can actually move this around if we like, so I really do like the modal, or the modeless better. And as we play this, let me just mute myself there, and you can see it's playing, but we can still do stuff in the spreadsheet. Thought that was pretty neat. Hope that's helpful for you. If it was, please consider subscribing to the channel. I do make stuff like this all the time, and at least like this video if you made it this far. We're going to send an email from our spreadsheet, and it's very simple to do. I've created this boilerplate that I have linked in the description. You can open this up, copy it. The code is built into the app script, and you can use this for yourself. We'll walk through everything that it does, how it does it, and how to make it. On your way down there, though, why don't you click the like button and subscribe to my channel? Okay. Now, we have 3 pieces of information here in columns A through C. We've got the recipient, you got to have that, who you're sending the email to. You've got the subject line, and then you've got the body of the email. These are non-negotiables. The app script we're using has to have at least these 3 things. It also has an options column here for a future possible video. There are advanced parameters that you can include in here. We're not going to go through that today, but if you'd like me to, let me know in the comments. And then I've got this checkbox column in column E. So this will allow us to simply check the rows we want to send the email. So it's going to ignore all these other rows unless we have a checkbox over here. And then finally, over here is the quotas for Google services for the limits that you have. So you can't just spam a gazillion emails every day. You got 100 if you're a consumer, or 1,500 if you're on a workspace account for email recipients per day using the app script. That's not bad, right? All right, let's get into the app script, shall we? So open it up by going to Extensions, App Script, and inside there, we've got a function that we will name send@email. Then we're going to grab all the emails. So I use named ranges in most of my videos. I created a named range here called emails, and you can go to Data, Named Ranges, and you can select a range and name it. You can also use this little name box up here if you highlight anything and just quickly name it right here. Okay, I've done that. I've named this little thing for our emails. If you're using 100 or 200 or more rows, you just need to make sure that your named range includes all the rows that you're using for your project. Now back over here, this variable emails is simply holding the values from that named range. So we got spreadsheet app.getActiveSpreadsheet. That's just grabbing the active spreadsheet. Then we've got get range by name. So that's just highlighting that range by name. And get values, you could think of that like it's copying the values in that range. So all we're doing here is just going, hey, Control C, we're copying those. Not really, but kind of. Then after we've got that variable, we need to go through each of the lines of that variable. So we have potentially many emails to send, right? So we're going to use a for each loop, and you can think of this little thing right here, this little parentheses with an E inside of it as each email. So this stands for just the element that we're going to loop through. And if that element, if E4 in this row, the first element in this column, column E, because we are 0 index, so column A is 0, column B is 1, 2, 3, 4. If E4, if this is checked, then and only then will we do what's inside of these curly braces. We'll send the email. We use this Gmail app.sendEmail method to grab the recipient, the subject line, and the body. So these are held in that 0 spot, the 1 spot, and the 2 spot, remember? So right here is the 0 spot where our email address is, our 1 spot where our subject line is, and our 2 spot where the body is. And that sends the email. That's all there is to it. I told you it was quite simple. Now, the other thing we're going to want to do, though, just because I don't want to run this every time from inside AppScript, I'm going to add a little custom menu called Send Emails. And that is going to let this thing pop up every time we open the spreadsheet. So when I click this, and let's just modify this so it behaves properly. But when I click this, then that's going to run the function that we just made inside of AppScript. And if we go back here to our inbox, check it out. We've sent another email. There's an easier way to send automated email reminders for contract expirations than learning how to code a bunch of stuff in AppScript. Sure, you can do that, but I'm going to show you a quick and easy way where you don't even have to leave the comfort of your favorite spreadsheet. We're going to be looking at Lido today. Lido is a program that basically lets my data live here in a Google Sheet or other data source that I'm used to, the master copy of it, and then I pull it into Lido, which is itself, check it out, a spreadsheet. And we form a table in this green section over here from the master data that, boom, it's protected. I can't update that. It's only reading from my Google Sheet. And we can do some manipulations on it to set up some custom functions in Lido that write just like, check this out, it's just like we're used to writing functions and formulas in Google Sheets. And then we can set up automations, in this case, to send reminder emails according to a certain date and due date. We're going to build all this together right now real quick because it's not that difficult. Lido can be free or paid depending on what you need it to do. They have a few different pricing tiers, as is pretty common, but you can do what we're about to do with the free plan. So check them out if you're curious only. There's a link in the description that'll help the channel out if you do choose to get some of the paid features. Back here in Lido, once you do sign up for free or whatever, you'll have a dashboard here, and we're going to create a new file. Right out of the gate, we're just sitting here in a spreadsheet. So let us name it Demo 2. Let's go over here into our Google Sheet where all we have are 4 columns. We're just using the client, contact, email, due date, and whether or not it's paid. We have just a basic data set. We're going to copy the URL for this. We're going to connect data in Lido. And as you can see, there's a lot of different sources where we can connect data from. We're going to use Google Sheets. I've already connected my account. If you need to add your account, then you paste the URL in here and it'll toggle you through some permissions. But I'm going to just select my account, paste in this URL, click next, and it'll show a preview of the data. Only, hey, where's the data? So what it's doing is pulling the title tab, because I have a title sheet on my spreadsheet instead of this Lido tab. So over here on the left, you can see title, change that to Lido. You can even specify a range, but in our case, it's going to pull all the data because all we have is the data we need. We're going to select Add Data, and I like this right out of the gate because Google Sheets doesn't let you make tables. You can format stuff so it looks like a table, but it won't let you actually do this, create a table like Microsoft Excel does. So this is pretty cool, and you'll see as specified by the green shading, this is our master data from over in Google Sheets, and what we want to do is create a few things of our own. So we cannot alter this because that is from our master data, but we can create a new column, and we're going to create the first one, reminder email. This is going to be a computed column, so this is going to be computed based on one of these other columns. I'm going to say, just like I would in Excel or in Google Sheets, equals due date minus, let's say, 3 days. And boom, it fills it down just like you want it to, just like Excel does. So the next couple pieces that I want to be able to template an email. And so to do that, I'm going to click up here to sheet 1, and this is just a blank sheet in our workbook. And I'm going to say subject and body. This is just going to be where I hold my templates, and I've already written these elsewhere, and I'm just going to copy and paste them in here. And what this will allow me to do is use these 2 cells in our actual sheet for the automation over here. Let me show you. So we got subject, computed column, and we're going to use a built-in function called string template. So string template, we use, in this case, this is the string template for the subject line. We're going to use this cell right here, and the templated part of it is this bracketed part where we've got bracket at contact. So I'm going to click enter, and oh, I forgot to lock it in place. Did I mean A2 with the $signs? Yes, I did. So Lido is also pretty smart and catches some user errors like that for us. So now that's grabbing this contact column, and it's filling in the value in that bracketed part of our template. So it now says Leo, your contract, Donnie, your contract, etc. In the same manner, we're going to use a computed column here for the body. We're going to use string template. We're going to go over here and grab our body, and we're going to remember to hit F4 this time because we do want it locked in place. And now we've got the body of our email. Okay, I'm going to text wrap these and then just make them a little bit more narrow. And there's the 2 pieces of our email that we're going to use right here. In this, we're going to actually make a send email column. It's going to be computed, and we've got another send email built-in custom function. The first time you set this up, you'll have to add your email address, your Gmail address, and toggle through the permissions so that it has permission to do this. But then once you do, you select your address, you select the recipient email, which is over here in C2. You select the subject, which is right here that we generated with our template, the body in the same way with our template, and then an optional status cell that I'm just going to use J2, and you'll see what that does in just a moment. So this takes the templates that we set up, and then it computes what our email is going to actually look like. And we can click these three little dots in the top and preview it in an actual pop-up like Gmail would look. You can say, hey, that looks pretty good. And, we can just send it from right there. Now, here's this success message living in J2. That was that optional parameter, this last parameter we used. There's other optional parameters as well that I'm not going to get into in this video, but the status cell is nice to have. In case there is an error, we can just call it out right there. So status, I'm going to select linked column for that, and then I'm going to link it to something over here in our original data that is unique. So the contact in our case. Now, let's see if it actually sent the email. Boom. Here's the one that just sent 0 minutes ago. There's the email. Pretty cool. Let's go back here and automate some things. Hey, let's pause for a second and do the normal routine. If you're finding value here, can you like this video? I really appreciate it. And if you'd like to see more videos like this, go ahead and subscribe to my channel. I really appreciate that. It helps me grow here on YouTube. Also, there's that link in the description to Lido if you'd like to check them out. Now, let's get back to the video, because we don't want to actually run this every time that we need it to run. We want this to be based upon a date. That's why we have the reminder email column. So let's take all this and cut it and write an if statement. So this is just going to say, hey, if today's a built-in function, that's not specific to Lido, that's in Google Sheets too. If today is equal to the reminder email date, then, comma, we send the Gmail. Okay? And that's going to paste this down. And now you can see all these are false because today is not 4/1 or 3/29 or 3/26. But today, as I record this, it is 4/2. So it's got this one ready to send. Now let's go up here to automations. You can get to it in this big automations button. You can add column automation straight from the cell. But either way, we're going to automate a column. We're going to select the table, the Lido demo. We're going to select the send email column. And then we're going to select every 1 day because in our case, for this use case, we don't want these sending multiple times every time it checks. If we checked every 5 minutes and set up a minute-by-minute automation, that wouldn't work very well. Donnie would get pretty irritated getting all those reminder emails. So the time is 9:51, so I'm going to say 9:55. Today, we're going to run that automation. And as you saw, whoops, don't delete it. As you saw up here, it's got time to next run right up there. I'll be back in a couple minutes and we'll watch it do its work. And we're back, and it's saying next run is tomorrow at 9:55. Over here, we've got a history log, and it's going to show, hey, success. This actually went through. Again, this is another space in addition to the space right over here in our column J, where it's going to display the success or failure message, as the case may be. Over here in our email, here's our message, just like we wanted it to be. Now, one other thing I'll show you how to do, we've got the Lido branding down here. It's going to do that if you're on the free plan. It's a pretty common practice, but if you do get one of the paid versions, you can go over here to the top left corner, down to settings, and turn off that display Lido branding. One other pretty important piece of information, what if you add some data over here? We've got a new person, we're going to put 4/6 over here. And we've got an automation that runs, but how does it know to update this? Well, good news, you can manually update your. One other thing to note, what happens if you put more info into your spreadsheet, into your master data sheet? Well, you can go over to Lido, edit the data, bring that in automatically, or manually rather, or you can leave this automation running because every time the automation runs, In this case, it's scheduled to run every day as we've set it up. It will pull in any new Google Sheet rows. It'll update the Lido spreadsheet cell values to depict the current state of the Google Sheet, and it will auto send the emails that need to be sent. So in our case, I've updated this sheet with another line with my name in it. I'll adjust the time so that we run this automation here in just a moment. Now the automation is running up here, and we should see our cells populate with the new data down on row 7 in our Lido workbook. And there's our new row of data. We can check our history log here, and we've got success messages, which is what we like to see. We've also got that in the J column, and over in our email, here is the email to myself. This is how you make a Lightbox inside of a Google Sheet. I'm going to show you a very simple formula to do this, and then we'll add a very simple apps script to make some things automated. The first thing that we need are 2 columns here. I've got some thumbnails in column A, and furthermore, I have named this range column A rows 2 through 11. So that's going to be called picks. And then I've done the same thing for these checkboxes in column B. B2 through B11 is going to be the named range checkboxes. Okay, so all this is simply insert image into cell, browse your computer, grab an image, and you've got thumbnails over here in column A in this named range of picks. Then you've got the checkboxes over here in column B, and to get a checkbox in column B, all you got to do is go down to data validation, and it is a type of validation. The criteria at the bottom should be set to checkbox. Okay, so that's all the setup we need here. Then over in this range, I've just merged some cells together so that we have a big image displayed here. And all I'm using is an XLOOKUP statement. So this simply looks for the value true from the range checkboxes. So it sees which one is checked and true. And then it matches it up with the thumbnail in the result range, which is picks in column A. And if there's if there's a missing value, if there's nothing there, then it'll return an empty string. But the way we've got it, there's always going to be something because we toggle it on and off using some apps script. Let's hop into the app script, extensions, app script, and here is the onEdit function that is causing the automation to happen. This is not necessary for it to work. And in fact, if we comment all this out and save it, you'll see that this still works. However, the difference is I've got to manually uncheck and check each one. So the way XLOOKUP works is it's going to return the first one that's checked. So it's returning this guy right here. Even though I've got 4 things checked, it's just looking for the first one. So I've got to manually uncheck these others if I want different images to display and it's not the first one. So to get around that, you can just uncheck stuff, or we've written this code right here on edit to where anytime we edit something, it's going to grab the range that we just edited. So that'll be whatever checkbox we checked. It's going to grab all of the checkboxes by this get range by name using the checkbox's name. And then it's going to do a little check here, this if statement. It's going to say, hey, is this in the range of our checkboxes? Is this in B2 through B11? And if it is, well, we're going to uncheck everything. We're going to uncheck all the other checkboxes, and then we're going to check the one that we just changed. And if you watch this, you can see it happen. If I click in B3, all of them are going to be cleared for just a split second before B3 is then checked again. So that's just the app script running. Again, that's not necessary. All that's necessary is this simple XLOOKUP statement. There is one more complicated way that I want to show you because this is really the sleek version. Let's go here and insert another image. And this time we're going to insert it over the cells. So we don't want it in a cell. And in fact, we cannot have it in a cell. The way this works, it's got to be over the cell because we're going to attach a script straight to this image. So I'm going to size this down. And then right up here in the top right corner, you can't see it, but there's 3 little dots. You can't see it because the background's already black, but we can assign a script to this image. I'm going to go back into the code here where I've added another function. Don't worry, I'll explain it in just a second. I'm going to copy and paste the name of it right here, though, and show you that now when I click that eagle's head, check this out. We've got a legitimate pop-up box. This is called a modal dialog, and it's got an HTML element in it, which is just this image that you're seeing. So let me explain the couple caveats that you should know about if you're going to go this route. Over here in our code, we've got the sheet itself. We're just using getActiveSheet. And then we have image URL. This has got to be an image URL. So the image itself, it lives over here on Unsplash. I'm just using this URL to grab the image, and then I'm using this image URL right here in our HTML element that we're creating in this line. It takes a source, which is this address for the image, and then you can set width and height parameters as I've done here, and style. And then down here we grab the UI element that's built in, and we create a show modal dialog element, which is the actual pop-up box that we see, the Lightbox, if you will. And calling the HTML service, we create HTML output using this HTML variable, which is simply this one element, the image element. We're manually setting width and height on that because if we don't do this, it comes out landscape mode and a little bit smaller than I wanted, especially for this magnificent eagle. So I've arbitrarily set this to 700 by 1000. And then whatever you write here, this is just the title that will pop up. Okay. And that's how we can run this and get this beautiful eagle with the title and emoji up here at the top. Now, if you can't use a URL, if you can't find an image that's living on the internet or host it somewhere where you can access it, that may not be the best use case for you, but it is the slicker version. Incidentally, I'll show you one more thing. If we try to drag this around, if we need to move it or resize it, you'll find that, hey, I can't. You actually have to, after assigning a script to an image, you have to right-click on it before the resize things will pop up, and then you can grab it and move it around to your heart's content. But when you click off it again, it's kind of stationary and just lets you click it. All right. Hope this is helpful. Let me know in the comments. So I saw the TikTok video that went viral the other day about a vacation checklist that this guy uses, and I thought we could recreate it. It's not very difficult, but it will show you some pretty important key principles and techniques that you can use in all of your Google spreadsheets. Let's start out with the basic framework. So what we have, we're just kind of copying what he's done on his video here and using that information, and I'll pull it into our sheet. But we've got this bag view, this column right over here in F. I want to make this a named range. So to do that, we can do it a few different ways. I like using this named range box up here, and I'm just going to say bags. So that's our named range bags. It's going to be F3 through F15. And I'm going to do the same thing over here in assign bags. Whoa, we don't need 1,000 rows though. Let's do this like 100 rows. So I'm going to select row 101. Control Shift down, delete all those rows. We got 100. That's more reasonable. Now I'm going to select B3 through B100, and we're going to name this assigned. We're going to do the same thing for items, and Control J is a shortcut to that name box. So we're going to name that items, and then packed. So these are going to be our check boxes, and we'll say packed right there. Now, easiest thing first, let's make some checkboxes. There's a new shortcut to where you can do the @ sign and start typing down drop downs. Select this as a component, new drop down, and it opens the data validation rules, which is ultimately where you can create drop downs. And we're going to do a, not a drop down, but a checkbox, okay? And the checkbox, we need this to go all the way down to D100. So now we got checkboxes in column D. Check that out. All right, let me reduce that size so it's manageable. And items, I'm going to copy and paste those in just a second. The assign bags, though, we're going to do another drop down, new drop down. And this time we want drop down from a range. So we actually named that range bags, and now it's going to bring in everything that was in our bags range. So right here. Now this is good because if you want to add something like your pockets, then that's automatically, going to get added to this data validation list. Now to get back into data validation for a cell, if we want to make a change, because look, we don't want it just in B3, we want it in the whole column. We can go to data, data validation, and we can select this B3 range and now extend it down to B100. And that's going to have the drop-down values for that whole range. We can also, while we're in here, let's just make these colored so that we have different colors on different bags. Okay, we'll leave pockets in there. Now we've got the basics set up to where we can assign a bag for the item that we're about to bring in. I'm going to grab the items that I already typed out, and we'll bring in the first bit over here. Oops. And let me paste values only. Okay, good. So let me get back to Google Sans, the font that I wanted. Now we've kind of got something looking close to what he had in the TikTok video, but we're going to add a few nice touches to it. So first of all, we need to get the percent packed. So let's talk about this huge formula that I'm pasting in right here. Let me show you that it works. So backpack view, we got two backpacks over here. If I click one, 50%. If I click the next one, 100%. So it does what we want it to. How is it doing it though? Well, we've got a huge nested thing in here. We've got one if statement at the start. If F3 is not equal to an empty string. So it's just looking to see if something is actually in F3, if it needs to count and make a percentage on something. So if that's the case, then we move on. And then we handle errors next. Pause. Okay, if you're overwhelmed, don't be. I've got a link in the description below that will take you to the completed sheet that we're using here so you can walk through it at your own pace. While you're down there, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, and unpause. So if there is an error in our statement here, we want to return empty strings. So that's what this empty string is. And then this empty string is if the very first if statement is not true. So those are not necessary. They just make things cleaner. And to me, they are necessary, actually. The meat and potatoes, though, is inside here. So you can see that from there to there that I've highlighted, we've got a count ifs statement. Let me capitalize that to make it look better. And then we've got divided by a count if statement. So what we're doing is we're summing up the number of checkboxes for each of the categories and then dividing it by the total amount of that category that's in column B. So if there's two backpacks, it's going to count two backpacks. And if only one of them is checked, then it's going to count one checked divided by two total. That's all this is doing. The fancy way it's doing it, or the way that it looks like it's fancy, is it's saying count ifs, and there's two criteria. So if packed is equal to true, so if there's a checkbox here, and assigned is equal to F3. So if the checkbox is right here, and the value in column B, backpack, is equal to the value we're measuring in bag view, column F, then and only then will we proceed and count that value. So it's counting this one checkbox. And you can see if I click these checkboxes, it's not counting these because they're on toiletry and on person. It's just counting that backpack. Okay, so we grab that amount, that one is the amount that we're getting there, and we divide it by another count if statement. And all we have to do here is count if assigned is equal to F3. So that's simply counting all of the values that are backpack over here in column B, or it's going through all the values in column B and seeing if it's equal to backpack and counting them. That's how we get 1 divided by 2. Okay, so I can drag this down, Control D, and that pastes the formula all the way down this column. And you can see that the if statements are working. So there's an empty string here because I don't even have duffel entered over here. If I put duffel over here, well, now it'll pop in 0%. And then if I check the duffel, it'll be 100%. Last little touch that we want is let's highlight backpack and 50%, these F3 through G3. Let's go to conditional formatting. And then we're going to do a custom formula is equals G3 equals 1. So if G3 is 1, that's what 100% is 1, right? Then what I want to do is just make this gold. And then the text will be kind of an off-white. Let's see if that works. Backpack, let's check the other backpack. Okay, well, what happened here? So it's only doing F3 because we need to go back to conditional formatting. And we need to go G3 and put the $sign right there. Now that locks the condition on the G column, and we can go back in one more time, and let's just go, this goes all the way down to G15, and let's go check that out. Yep, on person is 100%, duffel's 100%. We'll uncheck those. Let's check toiletry bag, make it 100%. So now, if anything is checked 100%, it's going to go nice and gold on us. Let's do a couple other house cleaning things. Let's turn off grid lines so it's nice and good looking. And then let's do one more thing. As we're checking, let's do another conditional format to make a line through these items. So we're going to do custom formula is equal D3. And that's all that we have to do, because if it's equal D3, then that means it is true and checked. We're going to go nothing to the background, just a line through. So now, boom. If I check that, turns on and off. And the only other thing that we do want to do is let's apply this to C100, and then we'll lock in D3. And now we should see anything that we check, the line will go through it, and there we go. Okay, let me paste in just to get some more values over there, and we can just see some more things at work here. Just check everything. Yeah, so it is all working. Only thing we don't have is something in our pockets. Let's put something in our pockets, shall we? Money! And there we go. The other thing that you can do is you can filter these items. So you can go to Data, create a filter. And now if you just wanted to see all your backpack items, you could clear this and you could say backpack, and it would bring up only the backpack items. The thing you want to be aware of and watch out for, though, is when you do that, you are actually reducing the values over here, because some of these in our bag view and percent packed little graph, these are on the lines that you're hiding. So now we can't see some of those. So just be aware of that. If you do have some filters and you see things disappear over there, that is why. So let me do that. Now we've got them, all of them back. We're going to do some fun stuff today. We're going to mail merge Google Docs using Lido. Lido helps us automate spreadsheet tasks without code. I've used them a few times now, and I'm pretty impressed with how much you can get done without using any app script. Today, we're going to link up 3 different things. The first is a Google form where I've basically got a simple order form that I've created. Then inside the responses, we can set that up so that it opens in a spreadsheet and saves a new row for each submission. And this is going to be our master data that we're then going to throw into a new Lido spreadsheet where we're going to do all our manipulations to automate it to do 2 things. We're going to take this template that I've got in Google Docs, and we're going to generate a new PDF invoice for each one of the rows of responses. And then we're going to send that generated PDF in an email to each of our customers. And we're going to set it up so that it all happens automatically every time a new row is added to our master data. I'm going to make a new file over here in Lido and name it mail merge. And the thing that we need first is data. So Lido lets us connect from a lot of different sources. We're using Google Sheets for this. If you've never added your credentials, you'll have to add your Google account here. But then after that, we just grab and paste the URL to our Google Sheet, and it will pop up a preview of all of the rows and columns that it's going to input as our data. So I'm going to click Add Data, and right out of the gate, it creates a table. And we're going to name it coffee orders. And you can tell that it's a table of data that we cannot edit because those are protected cells that live over here in our spreadsheet. So these are just read-only values that we're bringing in to then do our automations on top of. All right, first thing we need a total column. And I'm just going to total this up using regular spreadsheet formulas. That times that times that, and add up for a total of 108. The reason we're doing that is because in our template for the invoice, we're actually using this field down here in curly brackets for our total amount. And that's what all these curly brackets are, if you haven't guessed already. They're placeholders so that we can pull the values from each of our rows into separate PDF sheets. Next up, we're going to need an email subject, and this is going to be computed. And I've done a previous video on string template, which is a built-in Lido function. We could use that. If you'd like to check out the video that I've got in a card that should be popping up now, you can see how that's used. But the shorthand for it is this. We're going to do equals, and then if you do a bracket, we're going to go to first name, and then it'll bring in the first name for each of our rows. And I'm going to say coffee order. Close the parentheses, and there it says Eamon Cottrell coffee order. We're going to do the same thing for email body. Computed column equals again, dear first name, so dear Eamon. And if you click Alt Enter, you can do new lines inside the cell. Please find your coffee invoice attached. Thanks for your business. All right, very professional. Close parentheses, and there's our email body. Here's where the fun starts to happen. Generate PDF. This is a computed column, and we're going to go create PDF. Look at this. We got a formula built into Lido. We're going to add our credentials just like we talked about a minute ago. If you haven't done this previously, click through the Gmail account that you're using and click update. Now we've got the drive credential. Well, that was the first argument in this formula. And then we're going to go select file. That's for the template link. So we need to select file, and we're going to search for coffee order template. And it should be right at the top of my list because I was just using it. And that's the URL for that template. For new file name, this is going to be whatever the name of that file is. We can also use that string template format. So we can do parentheses. We'll do first name again, coffee order. Then for the output cell, we're going to enter P2 because that's going to be where the URL for this generated PDF is going to live. And the formula bot recommends that I fix this. I had too many parentheses and it caught that. So I had done a double parentheses over here. Okay, now it sets this up like so. And if we want to run this, we can just right click and say run action, or click right here and say run action. And let's do that. And action ran successfully. And here it's entered in P2. We'll copy and paste this up here. And there's our PDF. Pretty cool, huh? So it's got the correct amounts. It's got the invoice total. I didn't have all the formatting in there that you might want to do on an official invoice, but that's pretty sweet. Now we're going to name this column invoice URL. That's going to be linked. And we're going to choose the ID column to be, let's do timestamp. Okay, we know generate PDF works. Now we need to do the other piece of the automation, which is going to be send an email. This is going to be computed, and we have a send Gmail function where we're going to click our credential. So recipient email is in B2, the subject is in M2, the body is in N2, the status cell, we're going to put that in R2, similar to that generate PDF little printout that it gave us. We want success or failure to be printed out in the cell right next to this. We're going to skip CC, BCC, but then attachment, we are going to put in P2 where the URL for that Google Drive attachment lives. And that's it. Now, if we open this up, we can actually preview the email, and we can actually view the attachment from right there. So we can see in the preview that it is properly pulling up the correct attachment, and everything looks good. Let's go ahead and run this. So that action runs, and I'll pull my email over here and show you that here is that PDF in the email that was just sent to me. So pretty sweet. It is working just like we wanted it to. Now all that's left is we need to automate this, and we also need to make sure that the PDF generates first and then the email sends, because if we haven't generated the PDF, then the send email is not going to work. So let's name this success column email status. That's going to be linked. And then right here, in order to have generate PDF run first, we're going to use what's called chain. So chain is another built-in Lido function, which just tells you what to do in what order. So action 1 is going to be generate PDF. And then action 2 is going to be send email. And then we're actually going to put a delay between them. And this is going to be written in milliseconds just to make sure that action 1 has enough time to run and then action 2 runs next. So we're going to run that chained action. Right now, we don't have anything stipulating to not run it because it's already run. We're going to set that up in just a second. But it has, again, generated a new invoice and invoice URL, and it has sent, let's go check my email. It has sent another email with this new invoice attachment. Looks exactly the same, but it is actually at a different URL. So chain is working. Now let's set up an automation. So we're going to go new automation, automate a column. It's going to be in this coffee orders table, and it's going to be chained action as the column. Now, I have a pro plan, which lets me do this up to every 5 minutes, but you can have a automation running every day for free on Lido, so they're pretty generous with that. We're going to set up a 5-minute automation, and you're going to see it actually just rounds to the next minute, so it's set up to run in 44 seconds. Let's see if that's enough time for us to go add an if statement. So we're going to say if this is not equal to success, then run this. Oh, we need to do another order. So let's do an order real quick. Oh, we're not gonna have enough time, but we're gonna try. Ethiopian coffee. Quantity 3, price 22, and then we're gonna go Costa Rica again. 3, 4, 21. Submit. All right, let's see if we did it fast enough. So it's in our sheet right there. The way Lido works, every time you run an automation, it's going to, no matter what, even if you're logged out, even if the file's closed, it's going to go check our original source data, which is our spreadsheet of those form responses. It's going to check for new values. It's going to bring that in here. It's also going to make sure everything in here is up to date. And you see there's our new values. And then it's going to run the automation. So in our case, it's going to generate this PDF. Here's this new URL where it's generated the PDF. And it's going to send the email because we're automating that chain column, and it's going to do it one at a time. So there's that new order that we just did. And over here, let me pull in my email and show you that it sent another email with that new PDF. All right, so not only did we get our order in on time on the scramble, but we saw everything working in real time. And now, if this were a live piece of data, we would be set. All we would have to do is sit back and wait for new entries to populate here, and the automation is going to run in the background until we turn it off. What's this? We've got regular expressions in Excel. That's right, May 20, 2024, and this is now available in the beta version of Excel. So if you're in the beta program, you can access these. If you'd like to know how to get in the beta program, stick around to the end of the video. I'll cover that. But for now, we've got 3 to go over. We've got regex test, regex extract, and regex replace. They're all doing a similar thing. It's various versions on the theme. We're testing a pattern match. So this checks whether the pattern matches any part of the provided text. So we use a regular expression along with a cell reference, and it's going to return true or false. In the extract version of this, we're going to use that same test, and then we're going to pull out whatever is matched by the regular expression. And finally, in the replace, you guessed it, we're going to test the cells, we're going to match it up, and then we're going to replace whatever it has matched with something else. They're using phone numbers in here. In the workbook I'll show you in just a moment, I'll use social security numbers. It's got some tips and tricks in this article, which is linked in the description below to get you started. But as you know, if you're a human like me, there is no way to comprehend the scope and breadth and depth of regular expressions because it's just mind-boggling. That's why we've created ChatGPT. We'll go over that in just a second, but it really is the best use case for AI. The availability, as I said, is currently in the beta channel, and we've got some feedback info here. As more things are released, they will update this article. It sounds like they're planning on, where is it, regex coming soon to to X lookup and X match. So they're going to introduce a way to use it with these two functions, a new option for their match mode arguments. Pretty sweet. Let's check this out in a workbook. So we have some data right here, fake data, names, emails, social security numbers. In our regex test, we're just going to test whether this email address is a valid email address. Now, I had no idea how to write this regular expression, and here it is down here so you can see it a little bit more easily, and it just looks like a bunch of nonsense. Look, it's everything in between quote marks. That's why we used ChatGPT. So I came over here to ChatGPT. I said I needed to check for a valid email address, and this worked, and it broke down how it worked. Got that in here. It's successfully seeing that in this email address, there's a period after the .gov, so that's false. Down here, this is not a valid top-level domain. It's .c3m instead of .com, and if I change that to .com, it'll change to true, so forth and so on. Regular X or regex extract. Now let's say I wanted to extract the last name from these cells over here in column C. I just put some garbage after the last name, some phone numbers there, supposing my data got messed up and combined together. And all I wanted to do was extract the last name. So this one is a much simpler, and it's kind of easier to read. We're looking for all of the lower and or uppercase letters, and we're just pulling those out. Now for the regex replace, they used phone numbers for this same example. I popped in social security numbers to do the same deal. I again went over to our trusty friend in ChatGPT. So we came up with this prompt, which successfully replaced the first 5 digits of the social security number with the asterisks you see over here. Asterisks? Not sure how you pronounce that word. At any rate, here is that formula, and I will pop it out so we can read it a little bit better down here. Let's do the same for this one, and there we go. As we mentioned, this is available only in the beta program. If you're not in the beta program, go up here to Home. You can go to Accounts, and then you can change the channel that you're in down here. So you can join the beta program, this Microsoft 365 Insider program. Let's just change this, and look, we can say whether or not we're in the current channel or the beta channel, check for updates, all that stuff. Once you do that, you might want to come in here, and I had to actually update yesterday, update now right here, in order for this to pop in, even though I had automatic updates checked. It was not available till I manually updated it yesterday. Of course, it was just released very recently. At any rate, I hope that's helpful for you. Thank you, Google, for finally releasing this long requested feature. We've got tables, legitimate tables inside of Google Sheets. Excel users have long chastised us for not having this. And I have been pretty peeved about it too, but it's available, generally available now. We're going to walk through the pre-built options that they give us just to get used to it. If you're not used to tables, very beginner level, beginner friendly video overviewing the whole deal, why we care about this, why it's important, and I hope you find something of value. Let's dive in. It's June 2024. This should be generally available for everyone to use. And let's just, let's open up a new tab, and I will build one of these with you. Let's refresh it and see if we can get the table menu to pop up over here on the right side. This is probably going to go away. You know, they do this with new features. They did this with the Gemini, Ask Gemini thing. They want to highlight what their latest feature is and give you an easy way to hop into it. So we've got a bunch of different pre-built tables, project management, travel planner, I mean, all sorts of stuff. Let's just grab this trip budget one. You click it and boom, it's popped into your spreadsheet right here. So as you can see, what it's basically doing, it's creating a little extra space just for visibility purposes for this little tab at the top, which contains abilities like customizing table colors, renaming the table. We'll just call this budget. And some other things, revert to unformatted data. So if we do that, you can see that all the formatting goes away. We don't want that. Previous to this, what you had to do to replicate this, and it really wasn't replicating the functionality of a table, just the looks of it, was going up here to format and alternating colors. And then you could change your alternating colors to make it look like a table. But the functionality, it didn't do anything for that. So over here, this is another way still that you can change the header colors. And then this is the only way you can change the secondary colors if you want these bands to be a different color than the standard light gray they come with. I'm going to actually leave mine the way they come because that's pretty standard and looks good to me. What can we do? Well, as I've shown you here, we've got formatting options, renaming options, but then we've got view options right here. So we can group by view, and let's just put in some data. Actually, let's go back to this other sheet where I've already put some data into another table. And let's say group by type. So this just breaks up literally the different types from this column C, type column, and it groups them into categories so we can view them in a more comprehensive way. We can also save this view and put the title of that there. So if we X out of here, go back to our main view, and then go up here to our views menu, we can see that we've got this saved type view that we can go straight back to. So we can save multiple views there. We can also create filtered views. So let's say we want to filter by the item name, and let's just say, hey, filter column, get rid of the blanks, press OK. That looks better. Going up here, create filter view, save this one, no blank items, saving that. And we actually did it out of order, so I'm going to go down here and remove the blanks, and now exit this, and let's see if we've got our no blank items range right there. So if I clear out of there, add the blanks back into my regular view, now let's actually give it a shot with no blank items, and there you go. Okay, so we did a couple things out of order there. What else can we do? Well, we have different data types available, so we can change the item type of our data columns. How do we do that? Well, we come up here and we select, interesting, looks like I've got a filter on somewhere, but I don't want there to be a filter on anywhere. So let's go up here to remove filter. That was weird. All right, so once we've got all the filters actually removed, now to change the data type, we can come up here to this little downward V button, and we can select, let's say this needs to be a number for column 1. So that changes the data type of the values in this column. As you can see from the pre-built table, it's got some automatic data types already put in here for us. This should be currency, it looks like. Yep. And so you can change that column by column. You can sort stuff and do the regular deals like you would be used to in modifying columns. What else can we do? So the real power here, of course, is the ability to now inventory, if I could spell correctly, is now include tables and table columns dynamically inside of formulas. So as you can see here, if I select inventory, well, that's going to be the array that consists of this whole table. The important thing I wanted to highlight is that we can now include dynamically everything here. So let's just select this right here, and we're going to use the whole range, or the whole array rather. So I'm going to wrap this in brackets like so. And if I put notes down here, then we've got notes down here. Furthermore, if I add some more rows and put another item 1, 2, 3 down here, and yet more notes, you'll see that dynamically this formula knows to include everything that is within this array, this notes column. So this is the powerful part that we've previously had to do a lot of working around in our formulas to emulate, and it hasn't been perfect because it hasn't been dynamic. So pretty pleased to see this. Now, the other thing to make note of is, what if we've got our own data and we want this to be turned into a table? Well, here's some fake data that I've got right here. Very simply, right-click, convert to table, and you're done. Now that is also available up here in the format menu, and you can select convert to table from there as well. But that's literally as simple as it is, and it's even automatically locked this first row for me, which I could remove if I felt like it. I think, let's see if it'll let me remove it. Does it? Yeah. So you can remove that. I kind of like that it locks that automatically though. I'm redoubling my efforts to do some daily consistent things online, specifically on LinkedIn, and I want to show you the tool that I'm using to keep track of this. This can transfer to all sorts of use cases. You can use this for exactly what I'm doing, but any type of task tracking that you need to do, it's hard to say. This is a great way to do it. I've got a Google Sheet up in here. You can do this in Microsoft Excel. I like Sheets just because it's a little bit easier to access and collaborate on. Whatever, I use it more than I do Excel. So what I want to do is 2 things every day consistently on LinkedIn. I want to comment and I want to connect. So the goal for me is 15 of each of these things on new connections. So on new people, not people I already know. So I want to, let's see, comment on 15 new people's posts and connect with 15 new people in my target audience. And I'm not going to get into that today. That's just for my own edification. But these are the 2 things I want to do daily. And the way that I'm going to break it down here is I'm just going to have days from now until next year, I guess, in this column. And then over here, just a bunch of check boxes saying that I did the thing. First up, we got today. So I'm just going to use that formula today, copy and paste the value. That's today. I'm going to do 2 things per day, though. So I'm going to comment and I'm going to connect. So I actually need this Alt-H-M-M will merge those cells together. And I need that to be the same all the way down. Okay, cool. So if I just copy all that down, Control D, it will merge everything the way I want it. Finally, I want to go this +1. So it's the next day. Oh, it's not going to let me Control D down or Control Shift down arrow. Did that do what we need it to? Yeah. Okay. So we're good for like tons and tons of days. Over here, I'm going to do the same thing. We're going to go just equals that. And then this is going to be equals that. And so I can Control D that all the way down. Already I see that I don't like Arial. So I'm going to go over to Outfit Font. And that should be good. Let's just merge and center these because yes, we still have to merge and center. We can't center across a range like you can in Excel. Haters gonna hate. I do hate that too, though. Okay, at this point, all we need now really is to reduce the width of these columns. Insert more. No, I think we've got 15. And then from here all the way down, just add our checkboxes. So we're going to go up to data validation. We're going to add a rule instead of a drop down. We're going to scroll down here to checkbox. Can you see that? Okay, my face sometimes blocks stuff down here in the bottom right corner of the screen. We're going to use checkboxes, show a warning. We'll reject the input. It doesn't really matter. These are just for our purposes here. So now I can check off what I do every day. All right, this is like your most rudimentary version of creating a task list for yourself. And actually, sequence 1 row and 15 columns, 1, 1. So now there's our 1 through 15. So we can just kind of leave these as bonuses. How about that? Bonus. Control R to fill that across, and we'll make that a lot smaller. What's the code? Alt-H-A-M, I think. Yeah, that centers it. Control Shift E makes it center there. So we got it horizontally and vertically centered. Make it maybe a little bit bigger. Okay, so those are just bonuses. Here's all the regular guys. We can actually, I don't know, change the font color. Now we're getting into like details that we don't need to worry about. All right, this is the gist of it. I'm gonna center this stuff up. Whoopsie, I'm not gonna delete it, please. And center those, and we're good to go. All right, so that's basically how you do it. Teachers can do this for tasks in the classroom. Professionals can do this for daily tasks. I mean, this is really something that is needs to be in your toolkit, and that's it. So if you want to link your new Google Sheets tables over into Google Docs, it's pretty simple. Just copy the table as you would copy anything. Come over here and Control-V to paste, and you now have two options. So we can do one of a couple things. We can paste the unlinked version, which simply gives us that current version of the table. It's got formatting included. We can come in here and change stuff if we want to. We can add things into these cells, and then it will live in our Google Docs, this changed, edited version. Arguably the more powerful thing to do is come over here, copy, paste in the linked version to the spreadsheet. And now we've got the same table with one important difference. Instead of being able to edit stuff here and it just saves in Google Docs, which it will, if we ever come over here and make a change to our master data in the Google Sheets, now we've got this update option in Google Docs so that I can update that. It reverts any changes that we've made in Google Docs. So you don't want to edit things in Google Docs if you're planning on linking it, because your master data, the source of truth, the single source of truth, is going to live in your Google Sheets. So these are two ways, linked and unlinked, to bring a Google Sheet table into your Google Docs. Why it's not doing anything. So Google Sheets released tables. I did a quick video on this at release, but I wanted to dive into the details of what makes this any different, if at all, from what we already had in Microsoft Excel. So I'm going to look at them side by side. We've got Excel over on the left. We've got Sheets over here on the right. This is what a table looks like in Excel. I've already done some stuff to it. We'll start from scratch in just a second. And then this is what it looks like over in Sheets. Again, I've done some stuff to it. We'll start over with some raw data in just a moment. What I want to do is just talk briefly about what a table is, why we need them, why they're important, why Google took forever to release this feature in Sheets, what it looks like now stacked up against Excel. Like, this is a comparison video at the heart. I'm just going to look at creating these, editing them, sorting and filtering in them. What else we're going to do? We're going to look at formulas, how you reference things inside of them, and just look at what the differences are and see at the end who comes out on top. Who do you think is going to come out on top? Leave a comment below and let me know what you think, Sheets or Excel. You're probably right. Let's get into it here. Let's open up. Let's do this. Let's make Excel big. Let's go in here. Let's copy this stuff. Let's create a new sheet, and we're going to paste the values. So what we have here is simply a few columns. We've got name, first name, last name, ID, email, job title, salary, and then over here we've got full name. We're actually going to add that later. So this is just a bunch of raw data. Now, how do we create a table? Back up just a second. Why do we want to create a table? Well, we want to so that we can reduce errors and we can clean things more efficiently. The worst thing about data is the fact that it's never clean. It never works right. You got to manipulate it and get it. Most of the work is in cleaning it. So if we can get things into more usable formats, which is what tables are for, then we can reduce the number of errors. We can increase our efficiency with analyzing it, so forth and so on. So there's good reason for this. Now, what we have here is our data. To create a table, all you got to do is click Control-T, and it says, hey, you want to create a table? You have to make sure that your cursor, it can't be out here, because then it's going to say, where's the data for your table? Is it in this one cell? No. So you put your cursor over here, somewhere in the table. You press Control-T, it's going to guess, and it's usually pretty accurate. It detects that this is the data range for our table. Alternatively, you can go up here to the ribbon, click Insert, click Table, and that's how you get to it there. We do have headers. We have this header row, the ID, first, last name, email, and so forth. And then we're going to click OK. So the first thing we see is that this very simply creates some formatting for us. Also keeps the header row up here at the top. We don't have to lock a row at the top, which is pretty nice. But it makes bands of rows, some color coordinated rows for us. Up here in the top, we can easily change between all these different styles, different colors. We can go create our own style if we want to get really into the nitty gritty. Right here in table style options, we can say, hey, the first column, I want it to be bold. I want it to be different. And then all of these table styles will take that into account. If we want the last column to be different, it does the same thing over there. And then all these table styles will work accordingly. That is how we do it in Excel. Let's go back to Sheets now. Let's make this bigger. Let's make this bigger. Let's grab all of our data. Let's go over here, create a new sheet, paste the values, and here's our data in Sheets. So Control T, no, not so much. Can't Control T in Sheets because we're in Chrome, so it just opens up a new tab. But what we can do is come up here to Format, Convert to Table, and as long as we are within there, it's going to guess accurately again. It didn't even give us a dialog box. It just realized, hey, here's our data. Let's make it into a table. Alternatively, you can click inside of here and right-click and get Convert to Table, but you have to have all of your data selected in order for that to be an option. So who wins? If I'm picking, I'm going to pick Excel. The fact that I can just Control T over here and press Enter, it's just easier to create. Now, they both do a fine job, but Excel comes out on top for me. All right, let's talk about sorting. So let's say we want to sort stuff, and this works for filtering also, which we'll go over next. Right here in the header row, we have the options to sort A to Z, ascending or descending, whichever way we want to do that. And we also have, let me come in here and color some of these cells like so. We're going to select, I don't know, we'll make these blue, and then we'll put some job titles as red. And bear with me, we'll see what we did that for in just a second, because if we go to sort by color, hey, check that out. We can now sort by color. So that's pretty convenient. Now going over here to Google Sheets, let's do the same thing. Let's just select some of these guys. We'll turn them red, and we'll turn these guys blue. And now if we go to email, we can sort column by text color red. Okay, great. So they can both do that. Well, which one's better? Over here in Excel, if we go back into this sort by color and then go to custom sort, yeah, you know it, we got more options. We can do different levels. So this is pretty cool. We can actually add levels of sorting. We can sort by the email, by the font color, and then by the job title, by the font color. And incidentally, you can do other options here, cell values, cell color, font color. And then you can select on top or on bottom, and I'll put them both on top. So what we should see are the blue ones here and the red ones over here, sorted one and then the other. So first it's taking the blues, and that's taking priority. So then we're doing the reds. And because some of these overlapped, blue took the priority on these, and then it continued with the rest of the reds down below. Now, same thing's going to work out over here. The only difference is sort column, text color. Well, I've only got one option or the other. Let me show you what you can do in Sheets, because you cannot do all of the conditional formatting or conditional sorting that you could in Excel. We can get close though. So what we can do in Sheets, we have the option up here, if we select our whole range, to sort range, advanced range sorting options. And we're going to say it has a header row, so I can sort by the email, A to Z, and then I can sort by the job title, A to Z. Let's just be silly and do Z to A. But the difference is, though, I cannot do it by color. So I am just out options here. I don't have as many options in Sheets because what I have to do, I just have to do it A to Z or Z to A. Those are the only options for sorting. So still good. We can still do advanced options, but we just don't have as many of those options. Okay, back to Excel. Now let's talk about filtering. Well, this is much the same. We can filter by color, and we can just filter everything except those colors, or we can undo that and we can filter by text, and we can use any of these things: equals certain things, begins with certain things, ends with, contains, does not contain. And we can also do custom filters, and we can use and or statements to string together filters. So this is pretty common fare, and as we'll see over here, we can do this in the same way. With sheets, we do have all those same options. Filter by color. Let's just grab those and show you that works. I'll undo it. Filter column. We can then filter by condition. And we've got to go deeper into these levels by clicking a little bit more, but all the options are here. Contains, doesn't contain, begins with, or they say starts with rather than begins with, all the way down to custom formula. So we've got a tie here with the filtering. These are basically the same options in both programs. So once again, a little bit better job in Excel with sort, but about the same job in both programs with the filtering. Now, let's talk about formulas. This is like the meat and potatoes of why you would want to do this at all. Let's start in Excel. So as you know, when you hit the equal sign in either of these programs, you pop into a formula here and you can say, hey, I would like to sum these two cells. And then it gives you the total of those two cells, and the most basic version of using formulas. Well, the way that we can work in tables is by referencing the table and the columns. And I've named this, actually, I haven't named it anything. Let's go to table design. Instead of table 2, we'll write people, real original name. And then if we do equals, we now have the people option as a table. So this is going to be able to reference the table. And if I just click enter, well, you can see it gives me that whole table of information. But if we use bracket notation, now we can reference the columns. And as you can see, we've got this little shortcut menu here. If we start typing in first name, there is first name. And actually, let me remove all that for you so you can see it better. Let's zoom in a little bit more so you can see it even better, and get my face out of the way so you can just focus on the sweet functions and formulas. So we've got the table name of people, and then we've got the column name, first name, and we use these bracket notations to reference it. And if I just close it right there with a square bracket, there's all our first names. Okay? So if I go back in here, and let's just put the first and last names together. So I'm going to use the shorthand for concatenation by using that ampersand, and then I'm going to do people, last name, close that bracket, and check it out. I've got first name, space, last name. Pretty cool. One more thing before we go over to Sheets, because this is pretty much the same in Sheets. If we didn't want this to spill down, see how I just entered this once and it just goes all the way down? So I've got everything in here. I mean, that's sweet. Most of the time we want that to happen, but let's just say we didn't. If I just wanted, I don't know, this row. So now if we do people and then bracket, we can use the @ sign to specify just this row. Then we've got first name, we close those brackets, we do the ampersand concatenation just like we did before, and now we do people at last name, close those brackets. I keep wanting to do curly brackets, and check that out. Now we've just referenced that one row, and we can drag this down and do those 4 rows only. This is a level of specificity that you can get into with Excel that, as you'll see right now, you can't do in Sheets. So Sheets does a fine job because we can do this same thing. Let's rename our table up here in the top left, people, so we're using the same names, and we can say, hey, people, first name, and we'll do the ampersand concatenation, people, last name. Okay, works fine, but we We only have that one option. So there's no spilling in it in Sheets. We've got to actually drag this all the way down, Control D, there we got everything. So now there's a formula in each one of these. So our accuracy is still increased because we've got things tied to the tables instead of specific cells, but it's not quite as efficient as our man over here in Excel being able to just spill all the way down by writing this one formula in this one cell. So winner here, yeah, it's obvious. Excel does a great job, a much better job. It's just more powerful. When they release this spilling formula feature, it's just better, okay? And hopefully Sheets will catch up to it in another 5 years when it adds that feature. But for right now, it is not as powerful as Excel. Now, what happens if we need to extend our table? All right, so I'm going to get rid of, actually, I'm not going to get rid of it. I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to delete this. So let's say we want a full name column right here. Full name. Well, Excel's smart. It knows that I want this over here. And let's just get rid of this last column so it's a regular looking column. It knows I want this to be part of the table because I typed it right next to it, okay? So now I can just go in here. I can say boom, boom. It can correct that formula for me because as you'll see right here, now that I'm inside of the table, I actually don't need the name of the table in my formula. So it's using this at double bracket notation for first and last name as a modified version of what we did outside of the table to reference values in the table. Make sense? Now over here in Google Sheets, it's going to give me part of the way, but not all the way to the solution that I want. Oh, I've already created this column. So let me get rid of that column. Let me say full name, and there. It's going to create an extension of the data range for my table, just like we wanted it to. But then if I reference over here and if I toggle over like this, it's just going to give me B2, which is weird, and it'll autofill down, but it's just the cell references. They're not even using the table references. If I want to use the table references, it is actually the exact same. Let's see, what table are we in? People, and then we're in first name. It's the exact same as if I wrote it outside the table. So no difference here. It works fine, but it's, not quite as powerful as Excel. And then there again, we have to fill this down. Another case where it will not spill downward. So what do we think? Yeah, winner Excel still here. Now let's look at a couple other ways that we can add to the ranges in our sheets. In Excel, if we right-click a column, we can insert a column to the left, so it extends our sheet and just adds another column there. In Google Sheets, we can do that either the left or the right. So I can put one on the right. I mean, I guess that's a point for Google Sheets. It's not a very big point, though. It's a little bit of diversity, but I don't think it does much for us. Same thing with rows. Insert one up or down, whereas we can only insert up or above in Microsoft Excel. All right, for deleting, it's much the same. We can just select it and delete, or we can select the row in Excel and press Control minus sign, and it will delete it. So we have the added advantage of a shortcut. And over here, we've got the delete column, but we don't have a shortcut. That's the actual zoom out shortcut because we're in a web browser. So I think everything here is pretty much a wash, and it's a tie for both programs for changing the range of the data or of the table. All right, one more thing to look at. Let's look at a total row. So we can come over here in Excel and say we've got this salary row. I mean, you wouldn't want to total this. It doesn't make logical sense, but you could just say sum and sum it all up, and you get this big amount. It creates a new row in our table because it sees that that's something that we would probably want to include in the table, and we've got the total. That's one way to do it. Let's delete that. The easier way, if we're in our table, we click Table Design and we select Total Row. Boom. It's going to add a total row, And interestingly, check this out. It puts it on the last row. So let us delete this full name slot. It will give us a total row automatically right here. If I click total row, it'll add the row, it'll say total, and it'll subtotal everything up. It actually is fancy and subtotals rather than sums this column. Over here, we have no such luck with Google Sheets. We do have to manually add, and I'm just going to add a row at the bottom, type in total, and I can be fancy too. Subtotal 9, and table is people, salary. Boom, right? There we go. So, oh, and it even creates the little double line right there. That's pretty cool. So we can do the same thing in either of these. Excel may have an advantage here just because it's got that toggle switch on and off, but by and large, it's a pretty close advantage. Okay, so who wins? Yeah, Excel wins. I mean, no surprise there. We knew they were going to be the big dog. They've always been the big dog in town. It's just more powerful still, everything you can do in Excel. Now, I am very excited for Sheets to finally have tables. I mean, this is great. I personally use Sheets more than I use Excel. Is that true? It's close to true. I use them both a lot. I like Excel more because it's powerful, but I like Sheets more because I am just involved in it with my work and some of my personal projects a little bit more. So I'm overjoyed that we finally have tables. Let me show you what we used to have to do. So we used to have data like this over here, and we'd have to come up to format and say alternating colors, click a color, and boom. And if you know anything, you know that all that is formatting. That's not an actual table. So there's no advantage with formulas and functions or anything. It's merely to mimic what a table looks like. But that was as good as we could do. So I'm very pleased to actually have this as an option. What do you think? Is this a game changer? Is this a blah? Have you stopped caring about it? Or do you actually think that this is a really great thing that Google could continue to improve on? Let's make this calendar together. This is a month calendar with some nice formatting on it where you can simply select any year that you want, any month that you want, and then it fills in the calendar below. I'll show you how to do the data validation. I'll show you how we coerce this into a month. And then I'll show you how we use the weekday function as well as some conditional formatting to create the pretty calendar that you see displayed here. All right, let's get started. The first thing we need is a month and a year, right? So it's pretty straightforward. I've got data validation. If you go to data validation, I've got that on this cell, and I've got the criteria being between 1900 and 2099. Now, you can change this to $22.99 and $1,700 for all you want. It'll do the same thing. So 1776, September, what a great month, right? And there we go. So for the drop-down list here, we do much the same thing. I'll edit this. It's opening up the sidebar for data validation rules. It's applied to this range, just that C2 cell. And the criteria is from a range. So you could just type in the values right here, but I've got from a range selected. And the range I've selected is where I've got the months stored, which is over here on another tab. That's just for housekeeping. It doesn't have to be over here. It can be anywhere. And you can type it in if you want, if you really wanted to. You could also name this, as I've done right here, by selecting the name box and typing in a word. So that's named month. Let's go back over here. Let's edit these up, drop down from a range, and instead of selecting the cell range, let's just type in the word month, and you'll see that it pulls in those months. And then this is just bonus. You can change the color for each of these if you want it to be colored. All right, we select OK. And actually, before we do, go into advanced options, and you can reject the input if the data is invalid. So if somebody tries to type something in C2 that's not a month, then it'll just reject it. And bonus, don't do that. It'll show this message, whatever you want to type in there. So if I type in that, it pops up the warning. Okay. Simple enough. There's our data validation. Now we need to pull this into this cell right here. The way we do that is we create a date with the date function, and then we grab the year, the month, and the day. And check this out. This is kind of weird looking, right? Because if I just type in C2 for the month September, it's going to give me an error. It's going to say, hey, this expects a number value, but September is text. So the way we get it to cooperate is creating a month out of C2, and we have to actually add 1 to it. Now, if you want to Google this, I'll leave a description or a link in the description to where I figured out how to do this. It's just a quirk that you have to do this to create that text into an actual month value, into September the 1st. And if we change this over to this type of date, you can see that, yes, that is actually holding the value September 1st. Now we've got that set up. Now we move down here to the calendar itself. And what we need to do here, I've got the numbers 1 through 7 printed on this row 4. The reason we have this is because, again, it has to do with these funky way dates work. I need to coerce that number into a weekday by using the weekday function. So the weekday of B4 is Sunday. And again, if you do this initially, I'll do it right over here, and you do weekday of B4, it's just going to give you the number 1 again. But as you can see, if we change that number into a date, then it is actually holding the Sunday date. Now, at the end of this, we're just going to hide this by changing the font color or even hiding the row itself, because we don't need those numbers 1 through 7. We just need them for our functions, our formulas. I'm going to leave them visible for right now, though, so we know what we're doing. All right, let's change this to a month where we've got some lines that are blacked out here to where the first day of the month doesn't start until later in the week, because this is the tricky part. Now we've got some functions here on this first header row to hold the numbers of the month that are testing to see what the first day of the month is. So we're using an if statement, and we're saying, hey, if weekday of B3, and B3 is this February 1st value that we've grabbed at the very top, if that's equal to B4, which is the number 1 up here, which remember represents Sunday, then we're going to enter B3 into this cell. What that says is that if the 1st of February is a Sunday, then put the 1st of February date right in here. And let's find a month where that's the case. Going to be all the way down here, I guess. It was September, right? So September 1st is a Sunday. Therefore, we're putting September 1st in this cell. And it's formatted differently, but it's still September 1st. I've just got it formatted as the day, the number date with a leading 0. So that's all this is doing. It's testing to see for the first day of the month. Same thing in the next cell. We're testing to see if the 1st of September is a Monday. And if it's a Monday, then we're going to enter it into this cell. Then we have to test another thing. So we've got another if statement. So if it's not a Monday, how do I get rid of that? So if it's not a Monday, then we need to test if yesterday was the first day of the month. Because if yesterday was the first day, then I just need to add 1 to yesterday. But if both are not the case, then this needs to be blank also. And we'll go back to our February example. So as you can see, this was not the first day of the month. This was not the first day of the month. And so therefore we're leaving this blank. We're testing that again for Tuesday in the same way, for Wednesday. All of these are tested in the same way to see which of these days of the week is the first of this month. Once we've got that, then the formulas get a little bit easier. Then down here on the second row, all we got to do is start adding 1 to the dates. So we just take this date, because even if that was the first day of the month, that's still going to be in the month, and we're going to add 1 to it. And we're going to do that all the way across the board here. Each of these is just adding 1 to the subsequent, or to the previous day. For the next row, exactly the same. For the next row, exactly the same. But then these last two rows, this is where we have to start testing things again, because we could be at the end of the month. The only time that would be the case, where to go? 1, 2, 3, 4, is if February the 1st was on a Sunday. And you know what? We can find a year where that happened, right? 2016, 2015, boom. 2015, February. So when this occurs, when Sunday is the 1st of February and it's not a leap year, then these whole last two could be not part of the month, these whole last two rows. That doesn't happen often, but because that's a possibility, we have to start testing in this row. And what we're testing is this. If the text of H12 plus 1 in month format, and let me show you what that does. This is hard to grasp, perhaps. So we're going to coerce this into text. And if the text of this in month format is February, and these are just different ways to display different things, I just chose the full name. If that is equal to the text of B3 in month format, so we're testing if the next day after this is in the same month as our original month, then we need to go ahead and add 1 to it because it's in that month still. And if it's not, then we need to display nothing, which is what's happened here back in 2015, February. And that's what we do in each of these is we test 1 plus the previous day, whether or not that's still in the month that this calendar is displaying. And if it is, then we add 1 to it because it's in the month, so we need it to be part of it. And if it's not, we display a blank string. And that's how we get all the way down here to the end of the calendar. And that's how we do this. The only thing left is our conditional formatting on these cells of this row, because up to and including Friday, we could be blanking out all of these if the 1st of the month is on a Saturday. And the way we do that is to apply some conditional formatting, and we apply it to a range B6 through H7. And we could just do it through column G because column H will never be blacked out because it's got to be at least there that the first day falls. But at any rate, we apply it to this range, and then we use a custom formula, which is all the way at the bottom of our conditional formatting rules. And we say B6 equal to a blank string. So if B6, which is this cell right here, if that's a blank string, then that means it's not part of the month based on the if statement that we've entered in here. If that's the case, it is a blank string, then we just format it however we want to, right? We can put whatever color we want in there. I've chosen this blue for our example today. And the way that we apply this to the whole range is we lock in this $ here to the 6, and we leave the B without a $, and that way it will test C6, will test for these two cells, D6 for these two cells. That's how we lock part of the formula and drag it over. Now we do the same thing down here in our final range. I've done these two in 2 separate conditional formatting where I've got B14 through H15, which is this second to last row. Custom formula is B14 is equal to blank. And then I've done the same thing down here, B16 through H17, same thing. And that, my friends, is how we get this custom calendar that will dynamically change according to whatever date that you want to enter into it over here. You're going to like this. I've got a challenge for you to create this. I was reached out to by a teacher on LinkedIn with this challenge. She had a lesson log and a student log, as you see here. They were on 2 different sheets. I've brought them together and I've simplified them just so we can look at the key columns and values that we're going to be using in these formulas. But basically what happens is this. We've got a lesson log where we select a student and a lesson plan, both of which these drop-down lists are pulling from the column right here for lessons and the row right here for students to populate these data validation drop-down lists. And when I select a student and a lesson plan, Then over here, that was David, lesson 3. We want this box to check. So I'm going to select David, lesson 1 right here. And you can see right over here, this box now checks. Pretty cool, right? Takes a little bit of doing though. All right, so how do we set everything up? Well, the first thing that we're going to do is create tables. And you can do this in Excel because you've been able to do that for years in Excel. But you can now do it, as you see, in Google Sheets. And this is very helpful with our formulas. So let's just say we have, I'm going to put it over here just for demo purposes. Let's say we have the data right here. It's just raw data in our Google Sheet. All you have to do to make a table is select the range, highlight it, and say convert to table. Alternatively, you can go up here to format, and the option is right here. And also, you don't even have to select the whole thing. It will usually be smart enough to select the range that's got the data in it for you, and it'll create this nice table. Now, this is useful because, as you see here in just a minute when we get into the formulas, we're going to be using named ranges, or in our case, table ranges, and they're going to be dynamic. So, look, I've got this drop-down list of names, Eamon, David, Sarah, Julie, and Matt, because it's got all these people in it. Well, if I add, I don't know, I already used Dave. What's another name? Are there any other names? Yes, Robert. So if I add a Robert over here, look, Robert's populating. Same thing for the lesson plan. I've got lessons 1 through 7. Well, if I come down here, if I add lesson 8, everything just works. Now, the only thing that I have to do if I add Robert or something else over on the far right of the table is I do have to actually drag over the checkboxes for that to work. And we'll see right here that once I do, Robert, lesson 6, it does work. But each of these new rows automatically gets included in our table, which lets us use the table ranges. And let's stop talking about them and show you what they mean. The table ranges are... Students is the name of this table. And if you do a bracket, then all of the columns have their own range. So if I go to David, then that is David's column right there. And what happened? Well, in order to actually get the values, I'm going to need to do curly braces, and then it'll return all those values in David's column. You can see true, false, 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 false. So the only thing that's checked is lesson 1 for David. Those are accurate. So this is going to let us do a few things. First of all, to set up our validation, let's go to the edit button here. And if you were setting this up from scratch, you would go to data, data validation. You can apply to the column. So you don't even have to select a range. You just do this automatically applies to column lesson student, drop down from a range. And I've got actually the only named range in this list is this right here, student names, which goes from F3 all the way to N3, because there's no table named range shortcut for a row like this. It's all columns. So this is the only one we had to do manually. But once it's in here, then it's in there, and this will automatically populate with any new person like Robert that I add. And if I want to insert a column to the left, check that out. It will actually put the proper checkboxes in there. Who else can I put in here? Let's put Angela right there. And now we've got Angela in our list. Lesson 2, something's not working there. So it does put the checkboxes, but look, it doesn't put the formulas with it. So we will still have to manually drag that over. And now Angela, lesson 2, does check off. I did the same thing with the lesson plans. The validation for this, you can use student lesson as the range, because what we're doing is grabbing the student lesson column, and that's a special table range. So it'll just populate with new lessons every time I enter new lessons. Now we've got lesson 9 also in there. Enough of that. How do we make these checkboxes check? Well, it's a big, long formula. There it is. But it's not as complicated as it might appear. We're using if, countif, and array formula. That's it. It's just long because we're grabbing these long table named ranges. We're doing some concatenation right in here. We're testing if it's greater than 0 for this COUNTIF statement. And then we're returning true or false based on the condition of our if statement. Clear as mud? Okay, let's dive into this. All right, so how do we get this nasty formula to work? How do we make heads or tails of this? Well, I got some stuff down here. Let's bring it up here so we can look at it all together. Let's collapse that so now we can kind of see everything. I'm going to get my head out of the way just in case I get in the way too. So let's talk about the formulas we're using. We've got array formula first. I'm going to talk about this just to wrap your head around what it's doing. Array formula is taking the lessons or the students in the lesson log, and it's just concatenating them with the lesson plan in the lesson log. So it's literally the same as if you said Eamon and lesson 3. That's all we're doing down here. You do it in one fell swoop though, and it gives you all the values of the combinations of all these students and lesson plans. So that's the array formula part of this nonsense, this first part of the COUNTIF formula. The second part, this F3 and E4, that's doing this. It's just grabbing the name of the student in the student log and concatenating it with the lesson over here in the lesson column. So we lock in place row 3 for the name so that when we drag it down, Eamon remains constant. And then we lock in place the column E for the lesson 1 through 9 in the lessons column so that when we drag it over to the right, all of these other columns will simply grab David, lesson 2, David, lesson 3, Sarah, lesson 1, 2, 3, so forth and so on. Because what we're ultimately doing is testing each of these cells, whether or not Eamon lesson 1 is inside of this array that we created with array formula. So is Eamon lesson 1, this cell right here, is that anywhere over here, any combination of student plus lesson plan from our lesson log? Well, no, it's not. So the value COUNTIF is 0. We only count it if it's in this list. So if I change lesson 3 to lesson 1, you'll see that right here, hey, COUNTIF Eamon lesson 1 is in this array formula list, and it is. Kind of confusing, but pause it if you need to review this for yourself. Check the link in the description to grab this workbook and look at it on your own. That's all that this whole thing is doing, this COUNTIF all the way through this comma before the true word. Let me open this up so you can see it color-coded. COUNTIF array formula lesson student, lesson plan is equal to the concatenation of the name in the student log plus the lesson in the lesson column. If that's greater than 0, then true. Otherwise, false, because we wrap that whole thing is wrapped in an if statement. So if that's true, if this is equal to 1, that means Eamon lesson 1 was in this list. Therefore, I need to return true, which would check this box. And that's all we're doing here. If it's false, or if it's not greater than 0, then we return false. That's how we get this multiple criteria for a dynamic selection, which I thought was pretty awesome. Now, again, if you add dates down here, let's just do that, then it automatically extends the table. I'm automatically going to be able to select another person and another lesson, and there we go. Hope that's helpful for you. If it was, please click like and subscribe to the channel. We're going to find the date and time that a post from LinkedIn was posted in a Google Sheet. This is pretty cool. It's a small little project. It uses AppScript. It's based on code that I found on GitHub from another small web app from a few years ago. It's not that complicated, although it may look that way. And let's just get into it. So let's say we've got a post right here, and all LinkedIn will tell us is that it's 4 days ago, 5 days ago, whatever, once it's outside of that last 24-hour period. So I'm going to copy the link to this post. I'm going to come over here. Let's delete what we've already got in here, and let's say, here's our post. Then down here in the green, once I select find date, it's going to run the script and say, hey, that was posted at 7:45 a.m. back on August the 1st. Now, how is it doing this? Well, it's pretty neat. Like I said, it's based on Ollie Boyd's timestamp extractor web app, and his does the same thing over here on a web app version where you get the uploaded date. However, it just gives us in the UTC format. So I wanted to convert it both so I could use it in a Google Sheet as well as have the current date and time from the time zone of the Google Sheet itself. Okay, let's hop into the apps script. So go to extension app script, and you can see all of the code here that we're working with. The first thing we're doing is just adding an on open menu right here. So that's what creates this LinkedIn post date with find date text right there. And the find date is the text, but it's actually running the get date function. And that's going to be down at the bottom of this script here in a second. The other functions involved are get post ID, and this is actually grabbing from a named range post URL in our spreadsheet. It's grabbing that LinkedIn URL. So here in our spreadsheet in B2, you can see from this name box, I've got post URL as, it's not B2, it's B1. I've got post URL as B1's named range, and then I've got post date as B2's named range. So the URL is going to go in B1 and the date's going to go in B2. Makes it easier to reference in the app script over here. So that's what we're doing right here. We're just grabbing the value of what's in B1 in that post URL named range. Then we're going to be using some regular expressions. So that's what this line's doing right here. It's just grabbing some regex, and the post ID const that it's creating on the next line is using that regex to pop out those 19 digits that are in a row. So if that doesn't make any sense to you, look inside this URL, and we've got 19 digits in all these URLs. This is the post ID, and from this, it's encoding a lot of stuff. So this is a certain format of a number that's encoded with the date and time. And we'll get into that right here. So we have what's called Unix timestamp. This function right here extracts the Unix timestamp, from that binary number. So all this jazz right here does, it converts to a string this big integer. So it converts it to a string, then it grabs the first 41 character slice from that string, and then it grabs the timestamp from that, and it returns the timestamp. Okay, that's over my head too, so don't worry. Thank you, Ollie, for figuring that one out for us. And there was a couple other web apps that did the same type of thing. I'm not going into how the Unix timestamps work because the next function is the same stuff. Unix timestamp to human date. So it takes that timestamp, then it makes a date object, which we can parse through Google Sheets and return in the form we want. So it's creating a date object, then it's getting this human date format and returning that. Finally, I added this function, user time zone. This is grabbing the user time zone in the spreadsheet we're using. So over here in our spreadsheet, you can go down to settings and you can see that I'm in Eastern time zone. So whatever time zone the user has set, this is going to return that time zone. And then the meat and potatoes, everything is used down here in the main function. This is the get date function that you can see right up here in our menu is what's run when we select this custom find date from our menu. And the get date function first runs the post ID and saves that in this constant. Then it runs the extract Unix timestamp and saves it in this constant. And it's using that post ID. Then it runs the Unix timestamp to human date function using the Unix timestamp. Then it runs the current, or it gets the current time zone by running the function I made, this user time zone function. And finally, we convert it to a format that's readable, the format I wanted this to be in, by using utilities, format date. That's just built in to Google Sheets, or to the app's script rather. And we're taking that human date format, we're taking the current time zone from our sheet, and then we're formatting it in this way. So this is like a simple, I forget what they call this, a simple date format that we can use here. If we use, for instance, capital H's, we would be using military time. If we use the letter Z over here, that would be giving us the universal offset instead of what I want, which is for it to just say regular time zone, standard time, non-military, and the AA indicates whether it's PM or AM. And down here at the bottom, once we've got the date and the format we want, then we're just using get range by name again, and we're setting the value of this post date range, which is this cell B2. Again, it's just easier to reference that way. We're setting the value to the date. If you're building a repository of creators on LinkedIn to follow, this is going to be especially useful for you when you're first trying to figure out, hey, when are these guys and gals posting so that I can follow them? And not to mention, it's just a neat little function that we can do over in Google Sheets. I love making custom utilities like this that are just usable inside of a sheet. If this was useful for you, I got more where this came from. You can grab this sheet in the comments and the link in the comments below. Hey, what's up? We got a quick tip from a reader today. Kevin, shout out. Thank you for the question. Kevin is one of my newsletter subscribers, and he asked how to get the last row in a Google Sheet automatically. So he knows, as I'm sure a lot of you know, that if you just hold Control and press the down and also the other arrows, you can go quickly up and down to the next empty cell. However, this breaks down if you've got like empty cells down here in column A. I'll delete a few of those. Then I've got to Control down, Control down, Control down, and then keep doing it several times. So if we got data missing, that's just one of a few ways that this isn't the best fix. Also, if you want this to happen automatically and you don't want to fool with manually doing stuff for whatever reason your use case needs you to start at the bottom, let's walk through how to do that in AppScript. AppScript is programming, but don't be intimidated because you really only need 2 of the 4 lines of code that I'm about to go over. I'm going to give you 2 more lines just as an alternative way to do it. So the first thing we do, when you open up AppScript, I got ahead of myself. You go to Extensions, AppScript, from the Google Sheet if you've never done that before. But the first thing that you need to do is change the word up here from function to onopen. So it's going to say function, my function, or something generic like that. We want to change it so it says function onopen. This is going to make whatever we write in the function happen as soon as the spreadsheet loads. So it's a special built-in function. Then we want to define the sheet itself. So I'm going to say let sheet equal, and then we got built-in methods over here. Spreadsheet app.getActive, that gets the whole spreadsheet or the workbook itself. So if you got like 50 tabs down at the bottom, 50 sheets, that's going to grab all of them. Well, we just want the active sheet for right now, and I'll discuss how we get a specific sheet in just a moment. So we get that sheet. If we wanted it to be a specific sheet, so if you've got several different sheets down here and you've got one that you want to open and activate and go to the bottom, then you would get that sheet by name and type in the name here. You can see that my sheet, I've only got 2. I've got this title sheet and then I've got a demo sheet. So I'll put the demo sheet in here and we'll show you how this works in a minute. After that, then we need to do something. And this is all that we need. So I'm going to comment this line out because this will do everything we need it to do. Sheet.getRange. So I want to get the range like A1, A2, A45. Then I'm going to say sheet.getLastRow. This is literally a built-in method that gets the last row with data in it. And I'm going to add 1 to it because my last row was that 618, I think. Yeah, 618. And so I want 619 because I want to activate the next one. So I'm going to get the range, and the range is 2 things. It's the row and then the column. So I'm going to set the column as the first column, which is A. Then I'm going to activate it. Activate is a built-in method that just puts the cursor down there. And here's the alternate way that we'll run through in just a sec if we're using the get sheet by name. But if we're just using the regular old get active, I'm going to click run and actually make sure I'm up here at the top. I'm going to click run, go back over here, not pressing anything, and it's going to go down to the bottom. Okay. It took a moment to run the code there when I manually started it. But it did everything like it was supposed to. Let's comment that out. Let's comment that out. And we'll swap it for get sheet by name. So now I'm going to go over here. I'm going to change so I'm on a different sheet. I'm on this title sheet. And then I'm going to come back in here, save this, click run, not pressing anything. It actually ran quicker that time and went over to the demo sheet down to 619. So these are literally 2 lines. You can pick whichever version. Probably the get sheet by name is going to be the better version to use now that I think about it, because you're going to specify which of these sheets you want this to run on. As long as you wrap it in this on open function, it's going to happen as soon as you open your spreadsheet. I hope that's helpful for all of you. Thank you, Kevin, again for the question. And if you are not on my newsletter, it is a free weekly newsletter where I go through project-based tutorials like this so that you can get more productive and better at automating things by using spreadsheets. Sign up below for free. How do you have dependent drop-down lists without AppScript? Well, it's not as hard as you might think. I'll walk through this in this video and show you how we have this color list that's dependent on the item, and then the size list that's dependent on the color. So I change it to white, and now I've instantly got different sizes available in the white skateboard than I did in, say, the green skateboard. And same thing with rollerblades. I've got different colors available than I did with the skateboard, and as well different sizes in the yellow rollerblade. How is this working? Well, I've also got some AppScript that we can throw on there. That was previously working without AppScript. But if I put AppScript on here, I can make those other 2 selections clear out anytime I make a change. So it won't give me that error that pops up that will warn me if I've already selected a size, for instance, in a skateboard that's actually not available in a blue bike. But now if I change this color, the size will go away and it will reset to these options, and I don't have to fool with possibly having an error in any of these cells. Okay, let's turn the AppScript back off. We'll go over that at the end. That's icing on the cake because it does work. See, I've commented all that out. The AppScript is off, if you will, and it works fine. All we're using are some built-in functions, and it's built around the indirect function. So if you've ever wondered for a use case in the real world for an indirect function, this is one of, I've used it several times. It's a cool function. Let's open up what we're doing here. I've got 4 other tables down here, and I'm using all of these in built-in, the new built-in Google Sheets tables. And what I have here is a types table. So we've got the types of item that we want in our first drop-down list. If I open up the data validation rules, you can see that I'm just pulling this from the types table right here: bike, skateboard, and rollerblade. Okay, drop down from a range. Then we've got our colors. So I've defined the colors that are available in, let's get rid of that. I defined the colors available in each of these items. So the different colors to illustrate the different drop-down lists. Then we've broken that out further. So we've got black sizes, green sizes, teal sizes, blue, orange, yellow, red, and white, so forth and so on. So we've broken this up into a larger array of the available sizes per color. And then finally down here, this is actually the table, this yellow one called combos. This is where the dynamic changes happen. So if I come up here and make a change to black, then this table down here will actually update the sizes. So if I change that to yellow, you see these sizes have changed. And similarly, if I change this to bike, then the colors have changed. Okay, how is that working? Well, it's just one formula. It's this indirect formula. So what indirect is going to do, if I could open this back up, it's a cell reference specified by a string. So that means, open this up further, it's going to return a cell reference specified by this string. So the string in our case is being held up here in A2. It's this bike string. And what I've done is I've defined named ranges for all of these strings. And here is the range for bikes. It's this blue, black, and red color portion of this color table. So when I select bike from this drop-down list, way down here in combos, this is saying, hey, return to me all the information that's in that bike named range. So another way to illustrate this is if we didn't have the indirect function here, but rather we had just A10 through A12 in an array formula, it's returning the same thing. What's A10 through A12? Well, it's this section right here. It's the bike named range. So by using indirect, we can actually say return the items in the named range at cell A2 or specified in cell A2. Now the same exact thing is happening here for our sizes. This is going to return all of the items in the named range specified by the string in B2. And in B2 up here, that's our color. So the blue, in this case, named range, I've defined it right here. And it's going to return these blue sizes, small, medium, extra large, double X, and triple X. And there they are right there. If I change this to red, then it's returning the red named range, which is over here, small, medium, large, XL, and double XL right there. So that's all that's going on here. And the thing that happens, though, if you have one of these, let's find one that gives me an error. Yeah, right here. If we have a skateboard defined, or if we change the item to a skateboard after we had it as a black bike, then it's going to pop up an error because we have not said that there's a black skateboard. Right here, we've got green, orange, white are the only valid offerings. But the way the named ranges work, it will allow us to have an error there and to basically say invalid instead of just rejecting that. That's where AppScript can come and make things a little bit cleaner. As I showed you earlier in the video, this AppScript lets us check every time we make a change to one of these cells, and then it will clear out the values in the other cells so that we don't ever have a potential error hanging that we don't see. What this does is on opening at the top here, it's just clearing the content of selection. So again, I've got a bunch of named ranges and selection is A2 through C2. So it's just these three items that we're selecting. So let me show you. When I reload the sheet, the first thing that's going to happen once it loads is it's going to clear out those items. I didn't have to do anything for that to happen because on load, I just want a fresh slate. Then on edit, we're going to do a few things. We're going to grab the sheet, then we're going to grab the selection, and we're going to grab the current cell and the edited cell, and we're going to get the A1 notation. That just means like where the cell is in A1 notation. So A1 notation for this cell is B3. That's the location of that cell. And it's going to check. It's going to say, hey, if the cell is in A2, then we're going to get the range B2 through C2 and clear content. So that's saying if I edit A2 right here, and let me put some values in here to prove what I'm doing works. It's going to say if I edit A2 and change it from skateboarding to bike, then clear the selection here in B2 through C2. Similarly, else if it's B2 that we're editing, then we're going to clear the content in C2. So if we had B2 edited right like this, then it's just going to clear the content in C2. I thought this was a lot of fun to do. It's one of those that I don't know why I haven't done this project before now. It takes a little bit of setting up because you've got to actually define all of the things that depend upon one another. But if you're using this for anything in the real world, you have these things defined for you. That's the whole point of having the multiple dependent drop-down lists. So this should be pretty easy to get into a format that you can use in your own project. How can you have multiple values in a data validation selection over in Google Sheets? Well, a couple years ago, I made a video on solving this using AppScript. It was one of the first videos that actually prompted me to launch this channel. Here is the sheet that's kind of janky and pieced together. It opens up this sidebar over here where you select different colors, and then you can fill that into the favorite color column. And it allows this while also triggering an invalid error because it knows it's only supposed to have one value over here. But it forces a comma separated value list, and the app script allows that to happen. And the data validation rules allow you to be able to accept this and just show a warning instead of rejecting the values. Well, that's old school. Today, 2024, we've finally gotten this. It's late August. It's finally built into our Google Sheets. So we can now do this natively inside Google Sheets. And we can also do it inside a native Google table because we now have these Google Sheets tables built into our sheets as well. So what we're going to do, let's just go ahead and turn this into a table, convert that to a table. So we'll show you how this works inside, and it works exactly the same inside of a table as outside. I've got these drop-down lists that give me my favorite colors, and I'll open up the data validation rules. We are selecting drop-down from a range. I've created a color range, which is just on our separate sheet, and it holds all of our colors. Let me get my face out of the way there so it doesn't block anything important. Here's our list of colors, and check it out. Now all we have is this simple checkbox to allow multiple selections. So I toggle that off, I select something. Oh, actually I got to click done. Toggle it off and I can only select one item. Toggle it back on. And as you saw just a second ago, now we've got checkboxes. Kind of like if you're doing filtering and you can select multiple criteria, it works in the same way. So now we can, inside Google Sheets natively, just have this multiple data validation selection. So I'm going to fill in something on all these and then show you a few of the common things, the most common things I've been asked about in my own Google Sheets throughout the year, a couple of years that I've had that other video. Mostly people wanted to count the unique values. So like right here, it would be 1, 2, 3. This one would be 2. This one would be 1. Or to count the occurrence of a specific value. So if I select a color over here, it's going to count the number of occurrences that appears. We're going to build that real quick together. It's not hard. Again, no app script is required. We're just going to piece together a few built-in functions. And I'm going to delete a few rows so you can see these are the ones we're going to talk about. The first thing to note is that if we take cell E2, which is this first cell right here, all it is, it's a list of comma separated values. It's no different than what we manually did over here in our previous app script powered sheet. It's just creating a comma separated list. So it's comma space between each of these values. So if we split this out, if I split E2 by a comma, if I could type correctly, by a comma and a space, then we're going to have blue, red, indigo in separate cells, right? And just check this out. If I delete the space and just use the comma, you don't want that because then you got a space in front of each of these words, red and indigo. So just to make sure it's clean, make sure you have the space in there. And now we've got our split out values, right? So in order to find the unique values, I need to count that, right? So I need to count A, and if I just put it up here, it would be 1. If I do it on all these, it would be 3, which is the correct answer. So I need to count the split amounts, right? Split E2 by that comma space, and now I've got the correct answer. All right, let me put that up here. That's the first thing we wanted to do. That's kind of easy mode. I'm going to Control Enter, and that gives us the correct answers, as you can see, all the way down. So if I added 2 here, then it quickly updates that to 5 being the count. Okay, what if I want to count the individual colors, though? I want to find all the instances of indigo, and let's add another indigo right there. So I've got 1, 2, right? I don't have it in here, do I? No. So I've got 2 indigos, and I want this to return 2, but I want it to look through all of these, so the whole array, not just one cell. Well, as you might have guessed, that's where array formula comes into play. And what array formula does, I'll delete that real quick, is I can do the same. Well, first, let me show you what split does without it. If I try to split this whole array, E2 down to E7, and then I do my delimiter, it's going to return this value error. And it's actually going to say right there in the value error, hey, you might want to try an array formula. And yes, we do. So I'm going to cut that out. I'm going to put array formula in here. And you can see that this gives us the whole split out deal. Now, it's not very useful split out into this big array, but we're getting closer to what we can start counting. So how do we count this? Well, we could just take count if right now. I'm going to copy that array formula, and I'm going to say count if this range split up and then is equal to I1. Okay? So that's taking that whole range, which was down here, it's splitting it all up so it's able to like see every value into it. And then it's counting whether or not each of those are equal to this value up here. So let's change the value to orange, for instance, and it'll update to 3. And we can very easily see in our list, we've got orange in these 3 cells. So that's the correct count. I updated it to black. We've got a black down here and a black right there. So it's counting those values. So this is how you can count the number of occurrences of a specific value, and then over here, how you can get the unique values per cell. Hope that's helpful for you. If you'd like to see anything else explained in this regard, please let me know. Again, this will work inside of just a regular array or in a new Google Sheets table if you format them this way. There are a few things with the drop-down list that will be grayed out when you convert it into a table. So for instance, this will say that the table 1 favorite column is grayed out. And that is because if I were to add another row, because of the way tables works, then it's automatically going to give me my data validation down here and extend down there. So it's not going to lock into a specified fixed range, which is good. That's what we want tables to do. Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you. Let's take the YouTube analytics and actually throw them into a useful spreadsheet over here so that we can filter, sort, arrange, find insights, see where we're getting subscribers, see where we're actually getting revenue from, so forth and so on. This is not very hard to do. It's pretty cool. Check it out. We're going to walk through it step by step from scratch. So let me just go back out here. Here is YouTube Studio. Over here on the right, we can go to Analytics. And from here, we've got just a basic overview. Here's where my channel currently lives in terms of stats. And we can get a good little overview, very useful real-time stats over here. If we want to pull up this real-time deal, where are current views actually coming from? But what if we want to go a little bit more granular? Well, you can get to it a gazillion different ways. Ultimately, we just want to go to advanced mode though. And then this brings up the advanced mode where we've got a detailed graph. We can change what we're showing on this graph by subscribers, by content. We can add secondary metrics. We can do a lot of things here. But what we are going to do today, I want to look at revenue. I want to look at cost as well as revenue. So the cost per, whatever this M stands for, I forget the fancy term, mil, I believe, CPM and RPM. So what are advertisers paying? That's the CPM. And then I want to add, and look, I'm just adding a metric to the table right down here. Then I want to add RPM, revenue per million, or per mil. I think it's per 1,000 views is what that is saying. So in order to really make some insights here, we can see this is how much an advertiser is paying YouTube, but I'm seeing 564 of that. So I got 1444 they're paying in. My cut is going to be 564, what I've actually received. Over here, we have other metrics. We've got views, watch time, subscribers, estimated revenue. Those are good and fine, and there are a gazillion. So if you want to add more metrics to look at, you can add and delete to your heart's content. We're going to leave it like this for right now. So I've got impressions and then click-through rate also. All these, really click-through rate, super important. I'm not great at this. Mine are not always very high. Still learning there. Subscribers, I want to see where I'm getting subscribers from. And like I said, the revenue, CPM and RPM. Okay, this is also defaulting to the last 28 days. Let's actually do 2024. Let's just look at this year to date. So right there, my graph changes. It shows you real-time data day by day, what happened on each day of the year so far, where these spikes are coming from. If you hover over here, you can see that purple spike came from Google Sheets, use AppScript to generate whatever that was. And we can see this is showing RPM. So if I change it to CPM, that's a different graph. This is advertisers are paying more for whatever reason for ads on these videos. But if we go back to RPM, it doesn't necessarily equate. So this is April 29th. This was that multiple selection drop-down list, and you can see it's 1972 on April 29th. Let's go back over here, and it looks like, yeah, so they were paying a whole bunch more, and I got more than normal based on the year so far. But we don't want to just hover over things and scroll down here because YouTube hasn't made a great experience in this graph. This is good to look at. This is good to filter content by. This is good to search for things. You can search for playlists and stuff in here and pull them up or filter by playlist. In fact, I can't do that from that screen right there, but you can do it elsewhere. My point is, though, we really need to get this into a spreadsheet. So up here at the top, we can export as a CSV and pull it into Excel, or because this is a Google product, we're going to just open this in a Google Sheet. And here we go. Now we've got all of our information for this year to date, and you can see all the way down through 399 lines worth of videos. Okay, so let's just do a Control A, and I'll show you the way we get that into a table. Format, convert to table. All right, and the only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this total line, or that row rather. I don't want the total, I want just the videos. So each row is a video. And now we're going to do some analysis. I'm going to just reduce the size of that so I get more rows or more columns rather on the screen at once. Make these all the same side. Yeah, that's good. So now we can kind of see everything a little bit better. If we really need to know the title of the video, we can click into here, or actually we could just wrap the lines so that that wraps. All right. A couple more things. You could highlight the lines like this, which is what I'm going to do. Where's my revenue? There it is, estimated revenue. So I'm going to highlight all of those, and then I'm actually going to change it to number, currency. Oh, looks like you can't do that because we are in a table. So let's edit column type, number, currency, and I guess we have to do that on each one. I just want to show that these are the currency parts. All right, estimated revenue, last one, and we're done with those headers being edited. And now we've got some useful information that we can check out. However, it's not filtered or organized very well. So the first thing that I'm going to do, come over here to estimated revenue, and I'm going to filter this by condition greater than, I don't know, what do you think? Greater than $1. Let's just do that first to make me feel a little bit better about myself. So these are videos that have actually earned me more than $1. Okay, so that's cool. One other thing that we could do, we could filter this, or excuse me, we could sort this Z to A. That shows the highest dollar amounts first, all the way down to, I'm sure there's some that are just right at $1. So yeah, Google Sheets double X lookup, build a Venn cipher. That's not a super popular video in terms of revenue, yeah, as well as a lot of these are. So this has been a learning experience for me here on YouTube. And you can see that there are a lot of videos, though, that have made at least $1. And then furthermore, a lot that have made over $10, $20, and then all the way up here to the highest performing. And these are the ones that we're going to try to replicate what is working here. You know, so over $50, I consider these wins. These are successes. Another thing we can look at is how does that relate to the CPM and RPM? So I've made 267 on this Amazon smart thermostat video. Good night. Not even part of my really theme for the channel, but I just can't unlist it because it keeps making me money. And you can see the CPM for that is 1541. I've made 885 RPM. Again, this is the revenue. This is what I actually get. This column right here, the revenue contributes to the actual earnings that I have made and generated off of these videos. And just going down here, we've got 15, 14, 11, 18. We can kind of highlight the ones that have higher than normal. So here's a higher than normal CPM for my channel. You know, it's up over $20. This is one about this Toast POS system. 13, 15, 15, 19 here. These toast videos seem to have a higher CPM, and they are actually performing pretty well for my channel. They've made $50 here, $40 there. But this is how you can go in and really get a granular look at, okay, what's working here? What's working for my channel? Let's go over to the impression click-through. So there's that click-through rate. And let's sort this Z to A. And we can see we don't have great click-through rates on some stuff, but here above 5 is kind of a win for me. I think you want to get double digits here, preferably. We got this Llama Llama tutorial, toast, data visualization, another toast, and then this Keychron. This is one of my long-standing videos that has just done well for a long time now, a year and a half plus. And I do have a Google Sheets, how to use XLOOKUP in multiple columns. That's got a good click-through rate, and so forth and so on. So this is how you can pull the data from your YouTube channel, and you can add as many of these metrics down here that you want in order to compare and contrast and see what's working, what's not, so that you can actually do some good analysis on your videos. I'm just curious here. Let's look at subscribers real quick. So let's sort this one Z to A. So I'm getting all the subscribers. So all of these here, I just want to kind of get rid of all those. Let's hide those rows. If you ever want to hide something, you can do that. All right, this is what I was looking for. So they are generating more revenue, the ones that I have gotten more subscribers. They have decent CPMs and okay RPMs. And the click-through rate is not great. So these are just getting a lot of views, I would imagine. Yeah, these are some of my most viewed videos. And we can exclude this guy. You may see some of these. These are shorts, so that doesn't really make a huge difference down there. Hope that's useful for you. Throw these analytics definitely into either Excel or a Google Sheets spreadsheet. It will make it a lot easier to really get granular on your data and be able to make some insights on what you need to improve, what you need to stop doing, what you need to lean into on your own videos. Oh, look, a CSV file. Let's open it up. So here's what it looks like inside of Excel. This is your standard CSV file. You're going to find all your data sets everywhere come in this format most of the time. Up here at the top, though, we got this data loss warning. Some features might be lost if you save this in the CSV format. And comma delimited, that's just another way of saying that the commas in the file are the thing that's delimiting the values into these separate columns. Let me show you what I mean. Look at the raw data here. We can open this in a notepad, and we can see that it's quite literally just a bunch of text separated by commas. So every time Excel sees one of those commas, it's throwing a column in there, and it's using this top row for the headers, and then every subsequent row thereafter is going to be just another row of data. All right, so let's open this back up in Excel and check out what it means by data loss. So when we're in Excel, we can go ahead and use our standard functions over here, and we can average things and sum things, nothing fancy, but it'll give us those values, right? And then we could even go over here, turn this into a table, make some stuff bold, change the color, whatever. And I'm going to click Control-S, save. I'm going to X out of there. And then as I load this back up, all the formatting's gone. Well, that's because this is literally just those text values separated by commas. It can't store data like styling. It can't store data like the tables, like the functions and the formulas. These are all turned into just values now. So it'll save the values, but not the actual functions that got them. Okay, so what formats do we need to save this as? I'm going to go back over here, turn this back into a table. We'll just put one thing there. So we got this formula calculating the sum of 3 salaries. And then my favorite shortcut, maybe not my favorite, it's one of my most used, is F12. This brings up this old school save as menu, which I prefer using a lot of the time. OneDrive's great, and I'll use it for some circumstances, but I like to save stuff on my desktop still. Call me old school, but that's what I end up doing a lot of the time. This gets me to this menu, the save as, and then we can save as type. We've got all these gazillion types. If you want me to do a video about some of these more obscure types, let me know in the comments below. The most common things we're going to be working with, though, are just this regular XLSX. That's your standard issue Excel workbook as of today. And if we save that, now that warning up there goes away. This is a regular workbook. Oh, the other thing that the SCV or the CSV file won't save is separate sheets. So if I had another sheet over here, it would only save the sheet that I'm pressing save as on. Okay, so this handles almost all of our use cases, this XLSX. But so if we're writing code in here and VBA, if we're doing macros and stuff like that, we are going to actually have to save it as a different type. It's right here underneath the Excel workbook. It's the macro enabled workbook. So we'll select that if we need to save our VBA code inside of our spreadsheet. Fundamentally, nothing will change. If we're not using VBA, it'll look just the same as if we were. And here it is right here. I actually don't know the answer to this, so let's check out the file sizes. So the file size of this, 73 kilobytes. The file size of this, 73.6. So it will be slightly larger file size because it's going to have some extra data in there. Even though I didn't write anything or change anything in this file, I guess it's got extra room to compute that VBA code. You'll also see this neat little exclamation mark to the right corner. This little icon changes when it's that XLSM file.
Check it out. We're going to show you 3 different ways to look up values in your data set by using match, exact, and count if. And then we'll also go over a 4th way to filter out the entire row's data by using filter and a combination of some of these other formulas that we're going to use. So as you can see up here, when I type in a value, each of these displays the fact that yes, Bissell is found because we can see it right over here. There is a last name of Bissell in column 4, and then filters pulling that value all the way out right there. How is this working? And what are the differences between these? Well, let's look at match first. Now I've wrapped match in an if error and an if statement, and I'll show you why in just a second, but let's just pull out the match part of it itself and see what it's doing. So I've got equals match G1. This is a lookup value. So up here in this search bar, which I'll also go over how to make that here in a minute too, because it's a nice little touch to your spreadsheet. So match is looking up the value G1, Bissell, and it's looking it up in the array right here, which is table 1 last name, which you can see from the red over here is just this last name column. Then we need, importantly, the match type to be 0, so it finds an exact match. And when we do that, we see the value 3 returned. So match will return the place of that value. So this is the 3rd row down, and it's displaying 3. If we change this to Fabry, it will display 2 because Fabry is the 2nd row down. All right, but I want it to display, yeah, in the affirmative, or no match. And in order to do that, we have to use the if error and if functions. So what we can do is take out the match. We can say if match is greater than 0. So if it's actually going to be a value greater than 0, then I display found, and if not, not found. Now there is a catch here because it's going to display found for Fabry, but for instance, if I just take out some of the letters, it's not going to display not found because it's an error. It's actually going to give an error there. I'll pull out the match by itself and show you what I mean by that. Equals match greater than 0. That's a not found value. So it's not going to actually execute that 2nd level of the if statement, which is why I wrapped everything in an if error statement. So we'll put this in the if error part, or in the value part, and then in the if error part, now we can say not found. So that'll see that there's an error, and it's just going to say, hey, you know what? Not found. And that's basically what we're doing, the conditional part of it in all of these functions. And let's go over how you make this little search box up here, because I know you're interested in that. All you got to do for this is over here on this side, this is just a regular cell that I put some background color in, and then you can actually insert icons. So I went up to Insert Icons. I searched for the word search, and it popped up that magnifying glass. I inserted that in and just resized it over that cell. For the actual search box, though, what you can do is go up here to the Developer tab, and you can turn this on in File, Options, and add the Developer tab if you don't see this to your Excel. But then you go Insert Text Box right here under ActiveX Controls, and you just draw a little text box just like that. How about that? Once you've got it drawn over a cell, like this is over J1 now, so I'll resize that kind of like I did on the first one. Then you can right click on it, select Properties, and it brings up this huge menu. And what we want is to link it to a cell. So we want to link it to J1. So my other one is linked to G1, and now this one's linked to J1. We need to go up here and close design mode, and now we've got a text box. And that value in the text box is linked to the cell J1. So in the same way up here, this is, for all effects and purposes, G1, but it's got a nice search bar, text bar built into it. And we can change, if you come up here and click design mode again, I can come up here and change and resize this if I need to, but it's sized pretty well the way that I want it to be. Now I'll turn design mode back off, and let's look at the exact function. So this is pretty wild looking, right? What's going on inside of here? Let's just look at the exact function and leave these little negative signs out first. So let's come over here. Let's say exact G1 table 1 last name. So that is looking for the text, just like we did in the match function in this column in the table. All right, so it is returning an array of values. So it's spilling down, and we see that there is a true value, so it is matching right here. But the problem is, let's just see if we can take this out again, and equals if this equals true, found, otherwise not found. And let's see what it gives us now. It doesn't do any more good because it's still giving us this spilled down array. So the magic that's happening inside of our big function up here, where we've got this sum product and this double negative sign, first of all, the double negative sign will convert these to zeros and ones. So instead of the word or the Boolean value true and false, it's going to just say 0 for false and 1 for true. Then we're summing the product. So sum product of all those things. So it's going down and it's summing the values there. So we should see the value of 1 returned, because it's just taking all those values in the array and adding them all up. And here, if I take out the F up here, it's going to be 0. Well, now we're back with it's either going to be 0 or 1. Now we're back with something we can understand, just like the match function, to where we can take that out and we can say if all of that is greater than 0, then found, and if not, not found. So the advantage that exact has is that it does not require that if error clause. However, the disadvantage that exact has is that, let's type in Fabry in lowercase, exact is still saying not found, even though Fabry is over here. So it's case sensitive, whereas match will know that, yeah, it's Fabry's in there. It's just not capitalized. All right, let's delete this. Let's look at count if. What's going on with count if? Well, count if is a conditional deal, right? So it's going to count the values. Let's pull out the count if part right here. Count if, and it's going to go through this range. So in this case, the range comes before the criteria. And the criteria, all we have to use is G1. So it's going to go through this whole range, and if it's equal to G1, it's going to count. Let's get rid of the greater than 0 part, because we can see that it will return 1. And over here, if I change this to Fabry, then we're going to get 2 right there. So this will actually could be more than just 0 or 1 if there's multiple last names that are the same here. All right, then the only other things that we need here, we've just got the regular old if statement. So if COUNTIF is greater than 0, then we're going to return found, and if not, not found. And here with COUNTIF, we do not need that clause like we did with the match function of if error in front. So with match, we do need to catch everything in an if error, but with exact and count, it does not matter. We do not need that. Okie doke. What's going on with filter? I know you're looking at filter over here, because even though we've not found anything with any of these, as we can see with filter, we are returning values. So we've typed in BRI, and we can see that filter is successfully matching up BRI in Fabry, in Brighouse, in Bridge, and Bridge. So it is a more search intensive tool to where it's going to return anything that matches. So if I add an S, then we've got the Brisset. If I just do Fabry, then we've got Fabry. But this is going to be probably what you need for an actual search bar. What's going on here? Well, we've got a new function. We've got a couple new functions. We've got filter and we've got isNumber. And we've got search. So let's look at them all three. First thing we're going to do is pull out the search, and we're going to put it right over here. Search G1. So we're going to have a text that we're searching for, this FA. It's going to be searching in table 1 last name. And you can see that this is similar sort of to the exact values that spilled down. But what it's doing instead, it's either giving an error or the fact that it returned or that it found the value. So in these two cells right here, it did find it and it returns the number 1. So search is case insensitive. So if we have a capital F and a capital A, it doesn't matter. It's case insensitive. It'll find it either way, but it's still giving us a full spilled down array, and we need that to not be the case. That's why the next thing is isNumber. So we're going to wrap this in isNumber function. And this is simply going to say whether or not this is a number. And now instead of those errors, we have false. And instead of the ones, we have true. What's next? Well, now we need to filter out all those false statements. So let's come over here. Let's say filter. And we're going to say table 1. And we can select different columns. But for our purposes, we want the whole row to display. So I'm just going to say filter the whole table based on this double function, this isNumber search. So this is going to filter out the falses and then keep the trues. I'll move that column over so you can see that it's got the same results as we have over here. Now, the only time that that's going to mess up is 2 instances. One right here where everything is displayed, and I'm going to fix that at the end. I actually didn't fix that in the first instance of filter. But then 2, if there's just some gibberish here. Over here, we've got not found, and right here, we've got a calc error. So we don't want an error statement there. Instead, we'll use our good friend if error, and we'll go value, and then if error, not found. That takes care of that. But what about this? So let's wrap the whole thing in an if statement. So if G1 is equal to nothing, then I'm going to say enter search term. And if not, then I'm going to use all this stuff right here. So now it says enter search term. I'll enter the search term, and there we go. It's searching. I'm going to show you a really cool way to save a ton of time importing transactions in bulk into QuickBooks with a service called Transaction Pro. Rightworks is the name of the company that makes this. Here's a preview of their page. Link is in the description below so you can check it out for yourself. But I'm going to go through the whole process of how I go from this, a multi-store inventory management system that I've homebrewed in a Google Sheet, into Transaction Pro and into QuickBooks all in one fell swoop, all one time a month instead of multiple times for multiple stores throughout the weeks and months. This used to be a very laborious process, and it's now way more accurate and extremely low on the time commitment. So what do we have here? Very briefly, and if you want to know how I built this, let me know in the comments below. I'm happy to go over it. But this is a bi-week
inventory and ordering form for each of the stores. You can see on the bottom, there's tabs for a 3-store company right here. The manager can inventory what they have on stock. They can order what they need for the week, and then our warehouse has access to this sheet also. It's shared with multiple people, and the warehouse employees can actually fulfill that in the delivery column. Now, the delivery column is what is totaled up over here on our totals tab. So this pulls in each store's totals for all the different categories that we track, and then it totals the amounts, which I blacked out the amounts. But the way we do our cost of goods, we want a little bit more specificity, so we break it into these subcategories and then a few expense categories also. This totals everything up. And then down below, Transaction Pro is very specific about the headers that it needs so that it can communicate with your QuickBooks file. So these are the specific headers that I got from a template file that I'll show you in just a minute from Transaction Pro. There's a gazillion headers that you could use. These are the only ones I need for this specific use case. Then I'm importing all of those totals from up here. The way that I have my QuickBooks set up, I've got class-based systems there. So I've got classes for each of the stores. They sort of work like a customer. And so I'll create invoices down there, and I will both credit and debit the warehouse and the store account because it's going out of the warehouse into the store. That's more complicated than you need to know. Ultimately, though, this is the format that I need it to be in. These are the categories that are specific to my QuickBooks file that it's going to import as. Then, to make life even easier, I have an export tab, which is locked, and nobody but me can edit this. And I'm simply pulling in the array formula here from this range down below. That way, when I export the CSV file, which I'll do right now, we've got download, export CSV to my desktop. Then it's got that top header file, and it knows that these are the headers for when it imports to Right Networks. All right, let's go to QuickBooks. In QuickBooks, there's a third-party app store. You can click Find Apps down here. The one we're using is called Transaction Pro. Here it is right here. It's developed by WriteWorks LLC, which is a recent rebrand for this company. They make some other stuff too, but this is how you can get it inside and hooked up to your QuickBooks. This is how I got it first hooked up to mine. Been using it about 3 years now. No problems really, other than the initial setup is a little bit tedious. Here's their company page and the Transaction Pro page. Again, it's about importing, transferring data and lists between QuickBooks and Excel or CSV files. I've only done this the one way, so you can actually export in bulk and you can update and delete in bulk. Also, I only ever use this to import. So far, it's the only use case that I've needed, but you can do both if you need that. This is their sales page, blah, blah, blah. You can click on Buy Now, and it takes you to their pricing page, which defaults to the desktop version. So if you have desktop QuickBooks, there is a version for this. I have online, which is either monthly subscription or what I choose, the better deal, the annual subscription. Now, you can try it for free, which I did first, and they give you a certain amount of transactions to import, make sure it's going to work for you. I did that. I was very skeptical of it, and it ended up just blowing me out of the water. I've been using it ever since. The Essentials plan, all this is very reasonable, $100 for Essentials. The problem is, and the reason that I'm on the growth plan, is that the Essentials only gives you 200 rows of data, which I import tons more than that. So I needed unlimited. That actually gives you also 3 online companies. If you have more than one company, this license will be good for 3 of them. $300. It's a steal in my opinion. It saves me hours and hours and hours every month. Okay, all that, you can find the link down below. I've got the link. That'll support the channel if you do end up buying it from there at no extra cost to you, so please and thank you. What we have now, though, is we've got the file on our desktop. Now let's go back to QuickBooks. Let's go over to the sidebar. We'll say Overview because we've already installed the app. Here it is right here. And I'm going to say Launch App. This takes us to their App Center over here on the Right Networks or Transaction Pro site. Gives you the billing information. It says Open App, which is what we're going to do. And then from here, we want to import a file. And if you wanted to delete or export, you could select it there. The way I have mine set up is as an invoice. Now I'm going to click in a new tab, this template file down here below. And let's come over here for when you're first getting set up and see what you need. So there's some sample files here. It's terribly laid out. You can't even see what these are named. One of them is a US version and one of them is non-US. If you hover over them, you can see the title down below. These are just Excel sheets. This one on the right is the US version. I'm going to open it in the browser just to give you a taste of what it looks like. It's opened up to the invoice part, and these right here on row 1, these are all of the different headers that are optional or required. So the required ones are up here in red, and all the rest of them are optional available headers that you can import via invoices. So they've got another tab for estimates, then employees, then deposits, customers, credit memos. I mean, there's a ton you can see down at the bottom: vendors, transfers, time activities. The only ones that I use are the bills right here or the invoices if I'm bulk importing invoices. But you can do this on all these other types of transactions for QuickBooks. Okay, that's how you get the template for the information for how to set up your template for your importing. Let's go back here and we're going to select invoices. I'm going to select desktop and I just put it right there. We're going to select file and sheet. We're going to import sheet. And then it's going to come over here to the QuickBooks field matchup. And it's going to do its best to match up the QuickBooks field, which is built into the software here and what it can sync up with the import column, which it's pulling from the header row in either your Excel workbook or your CSV file that you just uploaded. So it matches these up. I've just got these, copied over verbatim, so it has no trouble matching these up as it is supposed to. We can then click preview and import, and it's going to give us a preview of the data over here. And I've got 66 rows of data that I'm going to import and close. I'm going to select yes. And now it'll take us over to a queue screen, and it'll say all the other imports that we've done. It's just a history of what we've done and when we've done it. And we're going to have a status of in progress right here for what we just did. We refresh this a couple times. It usually takes, maybe a couple minutes. There, it's already completed there in a matter of a couple seconds. Now I'm in the customer list, and I'm going to black this out just for confidentiality, but here is the invoice that I just imported in there. If we go in here and edit this invoice, we can add an invoice number, which interestingly, QuickBooks doesn't fuss at us for not having initially, but if I tried to save this and go out of here, it will squawk at me and say, hey, you have to enter an invoice number. So I'll tag that. I'll save this. That's how I save a ton of time each month importing bulk transactions into QuickBooks using this Transaction Pro software. If you're not using keyboard shortcuts in Excel, you're not really living. So let me show you some of my favorites and generally how you can go about finding the shortcuts that you need to use in your own setup and workflow. First of all, what we have here, this is just a very basic spreadsheet. I've got some sample data, some mock data that I generated just to give us something in the cells that we can work with. And if you will press your Alt key, you'll see that up here in the ribbon, we have all these yellow boxes that pop up with different letters and numbers in them. And this just corresponds to the shortcut sequences that you can press to do basically anything up there in the ribbon. So if you need to go to the Data tab, you hit the A button. If you need to go to Queries and Connections, you hit the O button. It pops open Queries and Connections, so forth and so on. If you were doing that and you didn't mean to go in the Data tab, you can hit the Escape key and go back. So it basically deletes the last keystroke that you just entered. Let's go to the Insert tab, and M1 will give us some smart art. So we can insert a smart art graphic just like that. And I'm going to do it just because I want to. And now I'm going to delete it because I don't actually need it in my workbook. Okay, so that's the premise of Alt shortcut sequences, where you can do some real complicated sequences and really save a lot of time by not using the mouse. We've got the basic shortcuts too. So I'm going to start with one of those that you're going to use a lot if you don't already. It's Control-T, create a table. So this, if you already have your cursor, as I do, anywhere in the data range right here, it's going to automatically highlight where it thinks that data is, and it's pretty darn smart. My table has headers. You can select that on or off. And there we go. We have a table. Now, what if we want a pivot table to do some more manipulation of data? For that, we use a sequence of keystrokes that you are going to learn if you haven't already. So all you got to do is press Alt-N-V-T, and that will take us to create a pivot table from table or range. I'm going to throw this in our existing workbook over here in H1. Click Enter, press OK. There we go. Now, this is one of my favorites, and it really took me a long time to learn it. Auto-fit column width. What does that mean? Well, see over here, I've got this column D with email addresses. Well, they're kind of getting clipped off. If you double click up here on the boundary line, it'll resize it so that it is the width of the longest cell. So if you scroll down, you'll see a cell, probably this one right here. That's probably the longest email address, and so it auto sizes it to fit that one. However, if we click the columns up here and drag and hold across all of them and then use a keyboard shortcut, Alt-H-O-I, it will auto-fit all of those columns all in one fell swoop, saving a lot of time. Okay, what about formatting? Control-1 is the fastest way to access the Format Cells box, but as with a lot of these, there's more than one way. You could do Alt-H-F-M and get to the same place. Control-1's your best shot, though. All right, what about centering cell contents? Well, we've got Alt-H-A-C, that'll get it over into the horizontal center position, and then Alt-H-A-M will get it vertically centered. Let's say we need a quick highlight color right here. Alt-H-H quickly opens up the highlight menu, and you can cursor over to whatever color you want to use. Oftentimes, because you have to cursor over, if you want to select a specific color, I'll just use the mouse after I've got that opened. Let's put a formula in a cell over here. We got 1, 1, and then we're going to go equals G3 plus G4. Now, what if I want to just drag this down? Well, I can. I can click down here in the bottom right corner, and it'll drag that formula down. You may be familiar with this if you've used spreadsheets at all, but what you might not know is that if you highlight the cell and then you shift click down here and click Control D, it will automatically fill, and then I'll do Alt-H-O-I to auto fit those columns, and it'll automatically fill that formula all the way down to wherever you had it highlighted. This video is brought to you by this guy. My free weekly newsletter guide sheet is linked in the description below. If you want to get good at spreadsheets, check it out. Tell me what you think. All right, I know what you're thinking because I've been thinking it since we started this sheet. Why do we still have the grid lines turned on? Well, we can quickly get rid of them. Alt-W-V-G. Boom, show grid lines off, and if for some reason we need to turn them back on, same command will bring them back on, but we're going to leave them off. All right, what if you've got a ton of complex formulas and you need to look around at the formulas or functions that are written in the cells? There's a quick way to toggle those on or off. It's Control-tilde. That's the button that is right to the left of the 1 key on the top left of your keyboard. And look at this. It'll show you all the functions that are in the cells here. I'm going to turn that back off. Then we've got several navigation functions. So if you hold the Control button and press the End key, it'll go all the way down here to row 101 because that's the last place where I have, or it's the last row where I have contents in my cell. And then it'll go all the way to L101 because up here in L, I've got this pivot table. That's the farthest right in this workbook that I've got data. If I click Control Home, it'll take me to the far upper left-hand corner, the beginning of where I have data in my workbook. Same thing, you can navigate quickly using the arrow keys by holding down the Control button. It'll go all the way to the right. If I click Control right, here it goes all the way to the end of the workbook. But if I click Control left, it'll go to the next cell with anything in it in that row. And same thing by pressing down or up, it'll go to the last cell with contents in it, or all the way down, or to the next piece of content if I click back up. The arrow keys, the home key, the end key with Control, very fast way to navigate around the spreadsheet. This one was kind of a new one to me. If you're up here in this table, you know how you have filters here in the top row? Well, there's actually a shortcut to clicking those. You can press the Alt down key and it'll open up the auto filter menu, whereby you can select sorting or filtering options. In order to put a slicer in your spreadsheet real quickly, let's go into our table where we've got our data and we click Alt-N, SF. That'll open up the Insert Slicer menu, and we can just click a state slicer right there, and we'll put it over here, and then we can just toggle on and off states. We can do the multiple select, so I can do multiple states selected here, so forth and so on. Now, we all know that a spreadsheet is pretty worthless without some checkboxes in it, so let's insert those. Alt-N-CB will insert a checkbox, and then I'll do Alt-HAM to vertically center it, and you can actually toggle it on and off with the spacebar, or we can come up here and go Alt-HFC, that's for font color, and we can just scroll down here, and let's make it a blue checkbox. How about that? Let's do one more, shall we? We didn't touch on charts yet, but it's inserted in the same way. Alt-N will take us to the Insert menu, and then if you press R, we've got the Recommended Charts menu, where it will recommend what it thinks you might want based on your data. You can select all charts from this Insert Chart full menu, or alternatively, we could do Alt-N, and we've got some shortcuts to specific charts. C1 will take us to the column chart menu, N1 will take us to the line chart, SA will take us to histograms, so forth and so on. All those options are up here in the middle with the corresponding letters and or numbers. We're making a dynamic invoice generator in Excel today. Check this out. It's going to create an invoice automatically. Either of these buttons, I'll show you how to do both of them. They do the same thing. They generate a PDF invoice and they're saving it to my desktop right now. It's got all the information here, and it's also, after the fact, clearing everything out. So it gives me a message that it generated the PDF, and now it's cleared out the bill to address, all the items, the discount, if any, that we had, and it's also incremented the order number. I don't know if you noticed that, but right over here, we've got 10014 for our order number. And let me close the PDFs. Now we got 10015. So that's pretty handy, a little extra feature that we've got programmed in here. Let's get into how we built this. First thing we have is a bunch of data on a data tab. So I've got a list of items. This would be our inventory, whatever it is we're selling. I chose coffee for this example. I plugged in some coffees, descriptions, and prices, formatted as a table. You don't even have to do that, but I like to. Then I've done the same thing for our customers. We got name, address, city, state, zip, and email. And finally, another table here for discounts if we choose to offer a discount, where we can plug in these percentage amounts. And then finally at the bottom, not formatted in a table, is just this long sequence of numbers. So this is where I'm getting my invoice numbers from. And the first column right here, these checkboxes, that's how I'm controlling how it increments. So I'm X looking up the next value that's not checked. And we'll get into that here in just a minute. Let's build our form. Let's talk about what's going on here. So first of all, I've gotten rid of the grid lines up in the View tab. You can do VG from your keyboard, or just click this little box right here to toggle grid lines on and off. Just looks more professional with those off. And then getting straight into the invoice, we'll just take it top to bottom and talk about how this is built. I've got a little icon here, which I didn't even know this was a thing. So if you go Alt-N for insert, you can insert a picture in a cell, and then we've got stock images, which I didn't know we could do this. And there's illustrations, stickers, cartoon people, all sorts of stuff in here. So I found a sticker. I think this was a sticker that I'm using for a coffee image. Got invoice typed over here, bill to, and then right here is our first piece of dynamic information. So this is our customer list. We click this drop-down list and we got all the customers. When I select one, then it pops in their address right underneath here. So this is very simply some data validation. If we Alt-A for the data tab and then go VV for the data validation, we can see that this is a list, which that's what it is, a drop-down list, from a source of names. And the names source comes from this data tab right here. I've simply named this range. And to name a range, the shortcut to get there is Control F3, and you can click New, and then you name that range. You can see right here that I've got names as the range here, and that's for this customer's name in the table. Okay, that's how we're getting the name, but then under here, we're using XLOOKUP to return the address. So the first thing it's doing is looking at C5, and if it doesn't equal nothing, then I'm going to use an X lookup. But if it does equal nothing, I'm returning an empty string there at the end. So the X lookup is just taking that customer name, and let's put one in here. It's looking for the customer name in C5, and then it's looking it up in the customer's name table, and then it's returning the customer's address column from that same table. And if it doesn't find one, it's going to say customer not found, add to customer list. And that's kind of a double whammy because you can see it'll say that in C6, but it's also the data validation will not allow EA to stay there. So we just cancel that and it'll revert back to Emmeline. Emmeline? That's a cool name. All right, we're doing the same thing for city, state, address. We're just concatenating the return values. So I've got customer, city, and we're using this concatenation operator, the ampersand, to throw in a comma, then the state, then an empty space, and actually two spaces. You know you're supposed to use two spaces between state and zip code? Yeah, that's a thing. And then we're returning the zip code. Okay, so that's how we get those, and we do one more XLOOKUP for the email address in the same way. On the column over here in E, we've got just information about our coffee shop, a website, an email address, and then an invoice number right here, invoice date, which is getting the today's date, payment due, which is just using a plus 14, so 2 weeks from now, and then an amount due, which is simply pulling the value from down here at the bottom, which we'll calculate in a minute. Let me show you this trick for invoice number though, and it's not much of a trick. All we're doing is looking up the value false from those checkboxes, and we're returning the invoice number. So over here, I did some more named ranges for checkboxes, and that's A26 through A25, and then the invoices, which is B26 through B25. So I've just named those ranges so I look up the false value because XLOOKUP is going to return the first false value. So once I check this guy right here for 10015, look at that. It's going to return 10016 because that's simply the next one in sequence. It goes top to bottom by default and looks for the next value, the next match. All right, so that's how we're getting it, and I'll show you how we set up the checkboxes to automatically check here when we get into the VBA code, because that's cool, and I had to figure that out myself when I built this. All right, let's go down here to our C column in C13. Here's where we can pull our items, and we're doing the same thing that we did for our customers. We're just pulling in with data validation a drop-down list of our items. So again, Alt-A, VV, and we're getting a list of all these origins, which is what I've named the coffee column right here. All right, so let's put a couple of these in to give us a couple things to work with. And the only thing we have to do then is select the quantity. So it's not going to calculate anything yet until I put in 2 here, 4 there, and then it's going to give me amounts, subtotals, and total at the bottom. And it's doing that by simply using more XLOOKUP. So we're first checking in another way by using isBlank to see if the item row or the item column is blank. And if it is, we're returning an empty string. So we don't want a price here to be looked up if there's nothing to look it up, right? So I delete that, this goes away, this goes away. Let's put it back in. We get our price from an XLOOKUP. We're using the C13 value, the item, looking up in that coffees table and returning the price. Simple stuff. The amount is simply, if this is blank, we're going to return an empty string again, but if it's not, we're multiplying, right? So quantity times price, basic. I've got these all drug all the way down so we can have up to this many items. You can create different sized invoices if you had different size or different numbers of rows that you needed to dictate here. All right, so now subtotal is easy. We're just subtotaling all the amounts right here, every line. Discount, what are we doing here? Well, let's look at this green box. Let's put a discount in. And now if we use You're Awesome as a discount, if this is not blank, then we're going to XLOOKUP C27, which is You Are Awesome, in the discounts table and return the discount amount. So down here, if you recall, here's the discount, here's the amount. Most of this is XLOOKUP stuff. So now we've returned that 15% discount. We got tax built in here, and I'm displaying this only if these two things are true. If the subtotal is greater than 0, so if I've got items on the invoice, and if F27 is less than 1, if that discount is less than 100% is basically what it's saying. Because if there's 100% discount, watch this. Your family is 100% discount. Well, we're not going to tax 0, so we're just going to leave the tax line off. Let's put You're Awesome back on, 15% tax, or 15% discount, 9.25 tax, and now we just need to total things up. Now, I've gone an extra step and done more named ranges for the subtotal and for the discount amount, just so it's more clear in this formula that I wrote. But what we're doing is we're checking two conditions. If both these things are true, if that subtotal, again, is greater than 0, and the discount amount is less than 1, which remember percentages are 0 to 1, so 100% is just the number 1. If both those things are true, then we're going to take the subtotal and subtract the subtotal times the discount. So if I got $113, I'm going to subtract the discount. To find the discount, I'm going to multiply 113 times 15%, and that's how we get that amount. And then we're going to add tax in, and to add tax, we do 1 plus the tax amount, so it'd be 1.0925, and I could hard code that in, but I left it here in the formula, and I'm going to multiply that subtotal minus the discount by the tax amount to get our grand total. And the grand total is returned up here at the top in this bold line. Typically, you'll see that at the top of an invoice. Okay, that's kind of easy potato stuff, right? How did we do all the fancy buttons and everything? Well, we'll make the button after we make the VBA code. And to do the VBA code, we're going to open this, and don't get overwhelmed. If you want to just grab this, I'll make it available somehow. Grab a link in the description below. I'll either link straight to this or throw it in the description raw like this. But I want to walk through what's happening. VBA is confusing. It can be. It is to me. I'm not as familiar with this as I am with stuff like JavaScript or Python because it's not as readable to me. Without going too much into the weeds, but to also give you a basic overview of what's going on in VBA, we've got this subroutine defined at the very top, print area to PDF. That's like a function if you're familiar with other programming languages. This is just defining what we want to happen between that top line and down here at the bottom where it says end sub. So all this is running when we run this function. I'm going to call it a function. It's a subroutine. We're setting a bunch of variables and we're allocating space for it. So we're defining dim WS as a worksheet. This file path is a string, so forth and so on. And then down here, we're setting these WS and WS2 as these two worksheets. So we're pulling in our invoice tab and our data tab by using this workbook.sheets invoice and this workbook.sheets data. We're getting values from a couple cells to use in the file name. So invoice number and client ref are found in F7 and C5 from this first invoice workbook. We're setting a file path as my desktop for the sake of this video. And further on, we're going to make sure that location exists. We're creating a file name. So using file name and then using inside of this, the invoice number and client ref. And this is overkill, but I left it in as a suggestion in case there's a chance you have invalid characters in your file name, which we won't in our example, but it would replace them with an empty string so that it wouldn't throw an error for the file name. Then right here, we're going to make sure the directory exists. So we're going to throw the file name in. We're going to have it look for a directory or a file path. And if it's not there, like if desktop didn't exist in this location, then it would make dir file path, and that just makes that folder. Right down here, we're going to use all these parameters to export the PDF. This is where like the meat of it happens. Not all these are necessary. It even says right here, I've written optional set properties if needed. We're setting the zoom to false, fit to pages. We've actually defined a print area that will print just fine without these. But here are the parameters if you need to use them or change them. Then we're going to export as fixed format. So right here, this is the main method that exports this file. The type specifies that we want it to be a PDF. The complete file path is right here. We're combining that file path with the file name. This defines the quality we want for the PDF. If you've saved PDFs in other programs, sometimes you can select the quality. You got minimum, standard, or maximum. We're using standard here. The include doc properties, that'll pull in values like the author name and the date and stuff from the Excel options, and we're just going to let that be included in the PDF options. And then the last two are self-explanatory. Ignore print area is false, so that's saying, hey, use the print area, which we did, and then open after publishing true, so we can see it right after it opens. Right after that happens, we're going to clear the contents of C5 and C13 through D27. Those are the ranges where our customer is and where all the items and quantities are. Then finally, the last thing, for each cell in WS2 range A26 through A25, where's that? Remember, WS2 is the data tab. So if I go to the data tab, that is this checkbox column. So this is how we are actually going in here and incrementally checking the next checkbox. So for each value in that range, it's going to check. If this value is false, then it's going to change it to true and then exit. But if it's not false, then we're going to loop back through. So it's checking. And for all the ones that are already checked, it's just going to keep going to the next one until it finds one that's not checked. Then it's going to check it and exit that loop. And finally, we're going to display this message box saying that, hey, the PDF has been created, and it displays the file name. So once again, let's go back over here, and I'll use this button right here this time, and you can see it pops open the PDF, and then it has this message box right here. Okay, the last piece is just creating these buttons, right? Well, the first way that you can do it is go to the Developer tab, Insert, and then under Form Controls, there's a button. All right, so we just draw a button right here. As soon as you draw it, it'll say macro name, and you click that one right there. If you have multiple subroutines, multiple macros defined, you can click a different one. All right, so if I right-click this, I can edit the text and change that to whatever I want. And that's how we create one button. So in order to move this around, if I click it, it's going to click it. But if I right-click it, it pops up the outline around it, and then I can just click regular and move it around. So we got another option that I kind of like better than the Developer tab. Just go to Insert, pop in a shape. We'll use the rounded rectangle. Double-click in here, put a title on there. You can format it however you so please and get the text just the way you like it. The shape format is available to you, so you can pick from several different preordained styles. There's one right there, so it looks like a button. And in order to make it clickable, we will assign a macro, just like we assigned a macro to the Developer tab button. And there's our function or our subroutine that we're going to click OK on. And once again, you can see that that button functions exactly the same way as the Developer tab button. This is a dynamic calendar. You can select the year right here. Let's put 2025, January, and boom. We've got a calendar that populates right over here on the right side with all the proper dates. And if you noticed, it will actually blank out the days that are before the current month as well as after the current month with some conditional formatting. Now, this one formula right here, this sequence formula, is creating this whole calendar. So we're going to paste that back in there and boom, it automatically creates it. We got some drop down data validation over here on the left for the month. And really the only thing you have to type in is the year itself. We make it adjustable for each year. Let me show you how I built this. First of all, we've got some data over here that we'll just make visible again. This is the months of the year that I'm just using in the drop down list here in C3. But let's start from the top. You really just need a selection here for the year. This is just general text. Type in whatever year you want, 2027, 1902, whatever. So one thing to note here is that this month will not update immediately. It's still in 1999 territory where I had it before. until we change it manually again after we change the year. So just something to be aware of the way that the auto calculations are working here in Microsoft Excel. But be that as it may, let's look how we did this. The first thing I did, and this is a sequence video, so I'm using sequence here as well. I'm grabbing a date because I want this to be January the 1st. But I don't just want it to be January and then type February and so forth. I want to make a sequence that puts all of the first days of the month down here. And to do that, we create a date. We use C2 for the year. So this first little slot right here is the year, which is going to be 2021 as I typed it in up here in C2. We're going to do a sequence of 12 rows and 1 column, and we're going to start with 1 and we're going to step up by 1. This sequence is going to be for the months. So that's going to go through each month. And then for each of those, we want the day to be the first. So down here, if I re-highlight this and I change the format to month day, so you can see that this is indeed January 1st, February 1st, so forth and so on. I've just got it formatted as M for the abbreviated month because I think it looks better for the drop-down list, which we'll talk about now. For the drop-down list, we want to go to data validation up here, and we're going to look at this rule that we have. We've created a list, so we're allowing for something out of this list, and the source is this B5 through B16 range. So we're just making sure that the only thing we allow is a value from these first days of the month of whatever year we selected. So there's 2025. And again, you can see that the value right here is still holding that 2021 date until we actually change this to April of 2025. So you do have to select this if you change the year. You do have to update the month so that it works properly. Okay, that's how we get all that. And then what I just did down here is I just blanked this out and put it as white text so that it just looks better. You can store that in another sheet. That's probably what I should have done, but whatever. It's down there in column B. Now for our actual calendar, we need this to be 6 rows tall because if we have the first day of the month over here on a Sunday and the last day of the month, it's a 30 or 31 day month, we are actually going to spill over to this 6th row. So the first thing that we do, and actually, let me find a month there so we can actually see the text because of the conditional formatting, it was whited out. So here's the sequence formula. We got sequence 6 rows, 7 columns. That's the 7 days of the week. So it's going over 7 and down 6. And the problem is we can't just say, let me show you what happens if we do this. We can't just start on the first day of the month and then go up to 31. Well, that's going to be funky. A, my conditional formatting is wonky right now, but B, the first day of the month is not always going to be this Monday. That's why we have this math magic stuff going on here. What we're doing for the starting day, because we have to have a value in Monday for the sequence to work, we're going to take C3, and that is September 1st, right? September 1st, 2025. And we're going to subtract the weekday of C3, and then we're using this 3 value. Okay, what on earth is going on there? Let me show you what happens when we use weekday. If we use weekday of C3, we're going to see that it gives us this date because I haven't changed this to a number. So let's change it to a number. And now we're going to get 2. 2 is the weekday value for September 1st, which is Monday. But we also have some return types. So what we want is return type 3, where Monday is 0 and Sunday is 6. And that's going to give us 0 for weekday of September 1st, because September 1st is a Monday, and because of our return type, that's going to be 0. Now, this is going to make sense in the next step. Why do we care about this? All right, let's change this to October, and I'll show you why we care about it. In October, weekday of October 1st is a 2. And in order to put a value here, what we want to do is take Wednesday, which is the 1st of October, 2025, and we want to subtract 2 from it and then put that value here. So we want this actually to be September the 29th, September the 30th, October 1st right here, so that we can have our sequence work and not get in the way of where October actually starts. So we're getting this weekday value of the 1st of October, and then we're going to subtract that from October the 1st. So we'll say C3 minus 2. We're subtracting those 2 days. Now that's that's September the 29th, which is exactly what we need here for our sequence to work. So that's really the only confusing part of what we're doing. But once you wrap your head around it, it makes total sense. Here's December 1st right here. This makes 0. So we're subtracting 0 days from December the 1st. Let's do January. January's Wednesday again. Let's do something that's not Wednesday. There's Tuesday. So Tuesday, weekday of Tuesday is 1, as you can see right here. We're subtracting 1 from that to put the value right here, which would be December the 31st. And now the last step of all of this is how do we get it to be formatted in this way so that we don't actually see December 31st right here. We see a blank cell. And that, of course, is just some custom conditional formatting. So I'm going to manage the rules and show you the 2 rules that I'm using to make this work. The first one is this one right here. They're actually the same formula, but I'm applying them to different ranges. So I'm applying them here to E3 through K3, which is this first row. So it's possible that the first of the month falls on Monday, in which case we'd see all of these numbers. It's also possible that it would fall way over here on Sunday, in which case we want everything before that to be whited out. So to check, we say month of E3, which is right here, is not equal to month of K3. So if this is December 31st, it's December, not January, it's not equal to K3, then we're going to format this and I just put this as white color and white background. So it just blacks it out, or whites it out rather. And the reason we're comparing it to K3 is because K3 is always going to be in the current month. We can't just skip down and start the month down here. It's going to fall in one of the 7 days of the week, right? And so that's why K3 is held in place by the $sign and month E3 is not. So this will check each of these in the range of the conditional formatting. And we're doing the same exact thing here for the last rows of the calendar, comparing a day that must be in the calendar, E5, with all of the other days. So you got a Google form that's collecting information and it's hooked up so that the responses go to this Google Sheet. How do you get notified? Go to Tools, Notifications, Settings, Edit Notifications. And here you can just say, hey, when any changes are made, notify me when this happens. Notify me with a daily digest or just email me right away. I'm going to do email me right away. And boom, anytime somebody submits something to the form, it will get added to the sheet and you'll get notified via your email. This is really cool. Inspired by my son, who enjoys making these pixel art color by number deals. And he actually has just been doing a bunch of them on his own, making up his own designs based on stuff that I print off the internet. And it's inspired me to hop over into a spreadsheet project because it's just a big grid of numbers, right? So we can do this in Excel. We can do this in Google Sheets, and I've done it in both places to show you. Let me see if I can find the Sheets version and pull it up. Here we go. I've got it over here in Google Sheets as well. So the first thing we did, and I can go through all of the details of this. If you're interested in that, just let me know in the comments below. But for this video, I'm just going to show you how I create the numbered grid out of the image and not the image in the spreadsheet itself. So once you've got the colored image in the spreadsheet like this, I want to be able to turn it into, boom, a numbered grid that I can print out. And it's even got this color-coded part over here where I can print out and give it to my kids. So they know what color is what number. So how did we get from this to this? Well, we basically just have to go through each cell, see what the background color is, and then print it into a cell in a new spreadsheet according to that background color. And we can do the same exact thing here in Google Apps Script as we did in VBA over in Excel. Hey, as is pretty much always the case, if you want any of these files, I've got the stuff linked in the description below. I also run a free newsletter called Got Sheet. If you like things like this, spreadsheets, automations, productivity, send that out weekly. Check it out. Subscribe for free in the description also. Okay, back to the tutorial. So let me pull back up the VBA code and show you that. It's a little, actually, I think it's about the same length in each one, but basically you're declaring some variables up at the top. Here's the app script version. Let's go back to it. You're declaring these constants up at the top. They're not variables, they're constants. And let's walk through the app script because it's a little bit easier to read by nature of the JavaScript that it's written in. So this whole thing is our function, this color by number function, and that goes all the way down to the bottom. And what we do is we grab the spreadsheet, we grab the source sheet in the spreadsheet, and I'm using get sheet by name because I've named this sheet right here. I've named it art. So that's where the artwork is going to go. And then we're going to name the target sheet, and we're going to insert a sheet called color by number grid. Now we could change this because if we do this more than once, it's going to say, hey, there's already a sheet by that name. So we could make this iterate if we want to, but for now, we're just going to leave it like this. Then we're going to grab the range, which is from the source sheet, and it's A1 through AN30. I've hard-coded that because I'm making these 30 by 30 grids for the artwork right now. That's just the dimensions I wanted to use so that it comes out on a sheet of paper all right. We can go grab the values. So we get the range, but then we need the values that are in that range. And furthermore, we need the backgrounds. So this function right here, get backgrounds, will get the backgrounds. And let's see if we can just get the helper function to show us what that says. Returns the background colors of the cells in the range. So Excel and Google Sheets, I mean, they've got built-in methods for everything. Then we're going to make a little dictionary right here, okay? And we're going to say let color index equals 1. Start numbering the colors from number 1. So then we do two things. We loop through the image. So we loop through every row and every column here, one by one, and we create a dictionary of those color values. Then we go back and do the same thing over here and loop through those values and write the numbers in our new sheet over here. So it's pretty simple. If it's blue over here, then we write a 1 over here. And if it's black over here, we write whatever number over here. Then the last thing we do is we actually create a legend so that over here in rows or in columns AO and AP, we can see that we've got our actual color map legend. So the kids know when I print this out, what color goes where. And you can see that if I actually print this, we can change the orientation and stuff so that this will print on a sheet of paper. And I could actually probably change the color mapping so that it's on the bottom so that that works out a little bit better. Let's just cut this and put it down there just so it's easier for the kiddos. Also, I'm going to do a little bit of rearranging here and make everything centered up so that those are all centered. And finally, I think that's it, right? No, let's do one more thing. Let us take off all of the borders, or the grid lines rather. Let's take off the grid lines. And then up here, we only want to have borders just like so. Furthermore, I'm actually going to make this not a dark black, but kind of this third one right there, this gray. And I'm going to do the same thing for the numbers so that when they color over that on the sheet of paper that I print, it is not as pronounced so that the number kind of gets hidden behind the color of crayon or whatever that they're using. Okay, that's it. I got some tweaking to do, but thought you might like this little project. This is going to be very handy for my kids. It's something that I'm tired of finding on these sites that are riddled with Google ads, these pixel art images. So now we can just throw in our own PNG and create our own images based on that. Okay, this is really cool, and beginners will be able to follow along, no problem. We're going to go over building some VBA code here in our spreadsheet. Let me show you what the code does first, and then we'll walk through everything. There it is. Here's how we run it, at least for now. Sheet directory has been created. What happened? Okay, so we ran that code, and now you see down here where we have these different tabs. I mean, there's no real data in here. I just made them for the purpose of this video, but we've got different sheets. You could potentially have dozens or even 100 sheets down here in your workbook. Well, what we just did was create a quick directory. So now we list out the titles of each of those sheets, and we just click to go straight to them. Now, we could modify it so that we include a shortcut on all the sheets, but that would probably overwrite data if these actually had real data on them. So we've just got a directory page over here at the start. Pretty cool, right? Now, you may have been intimidated to see this long wall of code, but we'll walk through it, kind of not line by line, but just the gist of what's going on here so that you can then copy and paste. I'll include a link for this in the description below so you can check it out. I've also got a write-up on it on my newsletter, free newsletter, that's linked in the description below. What did I do here? I went to the developer tab. You might not even have a developer tab in your Excel file. So go down here, go to options, and where did I go? I went file, okay? File, options, and then you can customize your ribbon. Right here, you've got all these tabs, and you can actually make it so your home tab or your insert tab is not on the main tab, on the ribbon up here. What we need to do, though, is just make sure that we have developer tag or developer tab toggled on. Then you'll see the developer tab. The shortcut for that is Alt-L, so you can press L there. And then the shortcut to go over here to Visual Basic, it's actually Alt F11, but if you go Alt-L and then V, you can open up the Visual Basic for applications. This whole window right here that looks kind of archaic because of the font selection and just the style. This looks kind of like old school Windows, but it's what we have to work with. Okay, you will not have a module yet. Instead, the first step for you is to go Insert Module. Okay, now I've got Module 1 and I've got Module 2. I actually don't need Module 2, but that's just for the sake of this example. Inside Module 1, here's all of our code. Okay, let's walk through what's going on here. Can I zoom in here? Let me make this screen bigger. Okay, we're bigger now. So at the top, this is where we're declaring some variables. So we're doing this subroutine, and this is the name of what we're doing. So this create sheet directory, that's like a function if you're familiar at all with coding. This is the function, the commands that we're going to be running. They're included all underneath here. Then these dim things, this is telling it these are variables that we're adding. So we're adding this WS variable as worksheet. We're adding this directory sheet as worksheet. The as part, that means the type of variable that we're declaring. We're adding row as a long, so that's a specific type of variable. And same thing for exists, we're adding as a Boolean. Then right here, we're checking to see if directory exists. So back here in our workbook, if we've already created a directory, we don't want to create another one, right? Oh, you don't need that window. Where'd my modules go? So we don't need to create another one if it already exists. Instead, if it exists, true, set directory sheet equal to the WS, and then exit this little part right here. If it doesn't exist, though, then we need to set directory sheet equal to, and we're doing this command right here. It's basically putting the directory sheet, it's creating one, and putting it at the very start over on the left-hand side of all our sheets in our workbook. Then we're going to clear the existing content. The reason we're doing this is if we update the directory, we want to just clear it first and then repopulate it in case there have been changes, additions, or deletions to our sheets. Then we're going to add the header with directory sheet. We're going to go in here to range A1, and we're going to go sheet name, B1, go to sheet, and then range A1 through B1, we're going to set that font as bold. So as you can see up here, that's happened right up here. We've got just kind of the titles for that table, even though it's not really a table, formatted like a table. Okay, we got that going on. Then we add sheet names and hyperlinks. So we're going to grab row 2, and for each WS in this workbook worksheets, So what's that saying? Well, all that's doing is going over here in the workbook itself, and it's looping through each one of these. So for each worksheet in this workbook, we're going to loop through there, and we're going to do something to it. What are we going to do? For each workbook, if worksheet name is not directory, so we're going to exclude the directory we just created, then we're going to put the titles of those worksheets, this line right here, the titles as the value in the corresponding row in that first column. Okay, so it's just going, and we're doing the same thing to the hyperlink for the address. So it's going over this way from left to right on the sheets, and it's picking up the title and the address. And it's going down row by row, and it's putting the title here and the address here so we can click it as a hyperlink. And if we go into here, we can see that this is just open hyperlink, edit hyperlink. This is just text to display, click to go, and then the cell reference is a place in this document right here on everywhere. Okay, so it does all that behind the scenes for us just according to these built-in commands that we're utilizing in VBA. Then all we do from there is format a little bit. We auto-fit so that it fits the titles and everything in there. And let's put that to the test right here. If we were to create a long title right here, another sheet with a real long title, well, that's as long as we can make it right there. Okay, then we'll go back to our directory. Let's go up here to our developer tab, Alt-L, and then we can do PM for macros, and we can run this macro. And look, it added this. It's the first one because I put it all the way to the left next to the directory, and it also auto-fit everything because that's the longest title right there. Now, if we edit this and we reduce it, real long title, so it's not as long, but it is still longer. Let's see, go to the macros, we'll go to the run, and there, it both updates the title and then also auto-fits again. And it gives this little pop-up message, which is the last thing that we can highlight over here. We do this message box here at the end after we've activated the directory sheet. So we are displaying the message box pop-up, and we're also going over. So if I was on this sheet and I ran the macro, it would take me back to the directory sheet. So this is pretty cool. It's just another one of these automations that can be very useful to automate making a table of contents type of thing that would take you a lot of time to do this manually. And of course, there's a built-in way to do this. So one more thing to be aware of. If you look up here, I don't know if you can see the name of this, or the extension rather, of this workbook. In order to save a macro, the VBA script that creates a macro, in order to save that into the file itself, you're going to have to save as, and you're going to have to use this macro-enabled workbook extension. If you save it as the regular Excel workbook, this XLSX, it will save the workbook fine, but it will not save that code. So you will open this back up, and I actually did this on accident the first time I built this. You'll open it up and you'll have the directory here, and all these will work. But when you go into macros or when you go into Visual Basic, the modules will be gone. So just make note of that. Make sure that if you need to build one of these macros and save it, that you do save it properly with that extension. Incidentally, when you open up a macro-enabled workbook, because it's got code that can execute and will execute, sometimes automatically, it's going to give you a warning. It's going to say enable up here right below the ribbon. It's going to have that yellow bar with a little warning. Hey, this is a macro-enabled workbook. You sure you want to do this? Click enable, and it will be able to run after that. Now, I found out how to do this through just a little bit of Googling and a little bit of prompting, some AI tools to help me tweak the VBA code, because I'm not a great VBA coder yet. This is a learning in process that I'm doing with y'all. If you like this, please click like and let me know in the comments, because I'll do some more videos like this. I would really enjoy learning more about VBA. I know a lot about AppScript. I still need to learn more there, but I've never really dove all the way into VBA. So if this is useful to y'all too, I would be just really happy to double down on it. If you want to see it as soon as it comes out and be the first to get notified, I've got that free newsletter that I put out every week called Got Sheet. It's linked in the description.